Alright, good catch, everyone. Hopefully we're back live. We'll see if we're fixed. I have no idea. My internet seems to have some problems, as usual. Oh yeah, it's Thursday, so March Madness has started. Disaster. Well, hopefully we're good now. So it does seem like Zimmerman won the vote, which means that's where we'll be headed for the third quarter. That should be a good quarter to watch. Zimmerman comes in down 16, but both sponsors, I think, will be out. So we'll see how Zimmerman makes the comeback, as they always do. Fleischer looks strong, though. I mean, I think Shori did it to themselves on a few hands, but it looks like the Fleischer front four are just outperforming the Shori front four. It's a good team, but I think Fleischer has that one in the bag. You never know, though. What is it, 46 imps? 30 boards? Plenty of options for a comeback. Shori had some tough decisions. That opening lead against 3 no trump, 3 clubs, pass, pass. I really like the Queen of Clubs lead. In theory, you're right, Eric, but certain teams just don't have as likely... it's not as likely that they'll give up 46 as they will win 46. But I will say that I think Fleischer's team has notoriously let him down over and over and over again in these events, where he will frequently go in to the last segment up by like 40, and then he'll lose. You know who it is? It's Gruen Moss. Oh my god. Oh, dude. I think I just made the connection. Are those guys just bad? Wait a second. There's no way. Because this time, Gruen Moss lost to whoever it was really early. They were up 52 going into last set, or going into halftime, and they ended up losing. And prior, they were on Fleischer's team, and they've frequently... This happens all the time to him. And I think it's Gruen Moss. Dude, did I just blow my own mind? Are they just terrible? I think individually they're really good, but man, maybe people have figured them out. Their crazy, wacky, like, 2-system thing just isn't working. Whoa. What a revelation. Huh. No audio? Why not? Okay. Okay. Not me. Cool. Cool. Yep. Good. But wait a second. Is it possible? Gru and Moss are great in the regular season, but collapse in the playoffs? Okay, so which table should we watch? Kolita Klukovsky? Yeah, let's go there. Boom. So 16 imps in favor of Zimmerman. Wait, I thought Street was ahead. Street is ahead. Unless this is backwards. Wait. Guys. Come on, man. What are they doing? What are they doing? Get your shit together, Vugraph. Someone did a typo? Yeah, they did. Man, they misspelled Street as Zimmerman. They put way too many Z's in that one. And they misspelled Zimmerman as Street. Far too short of a name. Who can we trust? It's like 50-50 here. Okay, let me clean up my area and then probably use the restroom as well. And then I'll be back, so I might be like a minute behind. But if Kai gets here, tell him to go to Kolita Klukovsky. Alright, BRB, 1 minute. I'm back. We still don't have people. You thought I was commenting on BBO? I am. Of course. Okay. I'm here. Boom. There we go. And, hopefully viewers will return after that brief stream outage. There really needs to be a better way to do this. I might just, like, secretly, one time overnight, get, like, an Ethernet cable and run it throughout the entire house. Is that... like, you think they'd notice? there's just, like, a giant cable running through every room, but it's taped to the ceiling. Like, that could be my, new do-it-yourself project that I could work on. I don't know how long of a cable I would need. Like, what's the longest Ethernet cable they have? Oh shit, we have tables. Or players. Oh, well, we're not going to go to Street and LeCoyer's table. So I guess we're going to this one. Depends if my friend would find it funny. I would get so yelled at if found out. But, you know, sometimes they never find you out, right? Okay. Chat, goodbye. I will see you in a bit at the end of... at the end of the third quarter. Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to the third quarter of play. Zimmerman and Street. I've been coming from the Shorey versus Fleister match, but this match is a lot closer now after the first 30 boards of play, with Street maintaining a 16-imp lead over Zimmerman, although that could vanish in an instant. East opens a diamond, spade overcall from south, West decides spade and no trump, 9 count, lots of 10s and 9s. Is North gonna bit of pushy 2 spades? Says yes, which passes back around to West. I do wonder if East had the ability to make a takeout double there, but it looks like West wasn't done regardless. 3 diamonds is the final contract. I mean, Queen of Clubs is a pretty natural lead from South, Queen Jack Doubleton. You could decide to lead your own spade suit, but with the no trump bit on your left, maybe that's a little bit less appealing. So how's Declare going to do in this contract ultimately after club lead? If Declare does just decide to pull trumps, figuring that that lead is from Queen Jack and might be able to take quite a few club tricks, I'll end up losing a trump and maybe 3 hearts. South, a little bit surprising to me, gets off to a trump lead. Although, given the layout of the club suit, the Queen Jack Doubleton would not have been very successful on this lie of the cards. So what's Declare's plan? It looks like the defense is going to be able to pull 3 rounds of trumps, so there's not going to be a heart ruff coming. The choice of diamond spot at trick 1 is also a little bit interesting. Generally, it's believed that leading low from a Doubleton trump is the preferred card to lead. That way, your second spot card, your high spot card, might be able to prevent a late entry to dummy, for example, or an entry to dummy on the second round of the suit. But alright, 8 of diamonds, the Jack holds the first trick, and now is Declare going to immediately play a heart up? He's completely unaware of the friendly club lie. And if you do play a heart, do you play a heart to the king? Do you run the 8? Do you play a heart to the 10? Lots of options for Declare at the onset of play here, so I wouldn't be that surprised if they spent a little bit of time thinking. I mean, from Declare's perspective, they probably think that they have a club loser, a diamond loser, no spades to lose, but then they're just going to need to hold their hearts to 2 losers. And the 4th round of clubs is often going to provide 1 discard for the heart suit, but that probably means that you're going to need to pick off that king 10 third opposite doubleton for a trick. So Declare could try heart to the 10, planning to try and take 2 heart finesses eventually. Heart to the 10, maybe North has both the queen and jack, and if not, then cross back and play a heart to the king later. Declare might have gotten a little bit of a read from North on the first trick. Maybe North would have thought for a few seconds about winning the diamond ace to return 1. And if North has the ace of diamonds, then South definitely has the ace of hearts for this 1 spade overcall. So Declare plays a heart to the king and ace. Now I think we'll see 2 more rounds of diamonds. Just guarantee that Declare doesn't get any heart roughs over there. And so Declare can still make this thing with the clubs splitting favorably, that queen-jack doubleton. They can pick up 4 club tricks. That would allow them to pitch a heart. But that's such a miracle lie of the club suit. It would not surprise me at all if Declare were to, say, play a club to the 9 right now. And they do. The defense probably wouldn't have gotten this position wrong if there was a way to do so. Like maybe if the heart suit was blocked somehow, South probably wouldn't have cashed the queen to drop partner's jack, and then Declare could make from there. But Declare is going to be pretty disappointed when when South shows out on this next round of clubs and realizes that, oops, I just went down in a cold contract. So I should have a co-caster joining soon. I think Kai Eckert will be back with me. Yeah, Declare is going to be livid at South discarding on this trick. I'm really surprised by the diamond lead from South, but it works out great here when Declare misreads the club position. Play should be over relatively shortly. So 10 of clubs to pitch a heart. And Declare is going to lose a couple of hearts at the end. So 3 diamonds down 1. I think a pretty strong result for Team Zimmerman here, considering that 3 diamonds could have made, and that 2 spades was not going to be a picnic with the 4-1 spade split, with West having such strong trumps over there. Declare might have ended up in quite a bit of trouble on the natural diamond lead. I'm a little surprised we haven't just seen a claim. There's not really much hope for Declare to make the contract. Even if the hearts are blocked, the defense could just start playing spades. So minus 50. There it is. There's the claim coming through. And we're on to the second board of the set, so we're underway. We do have Zimmerman and Nozatsky for Team Zimmerman sitting north-south, and Mono and DeFranco for Team Street sitting east-west. East has a lovely hand. 20 high card points, excellent 6-card heart suit. If we're counting losers, it's only a 3-loser hand. We'll see what he chooses to open. And on the surface, East-West have 12 top tricks, 6 hearts, 5 spades, and the ace of diamonds. But South will be able to get off to the ace-king of clubs lead. Presumably, if East-West end up in a heart contract and hold declare to, I guess, 10 tricks. The third round of clubs will score that 10 of hearts from North. So East opens a heart. I think relatively commonplace with such strong hands, but really wanting to introduce your suits. Zimmerman overcalls 2 clubs. He has a 6-card club suit. West makes a negative double. This might offer an opportunity to East. I mean, these colors, with West having values, him having 20 high card points, and he also has a club trick on defense. At this vulnerability, I mean, it might be tempting for East to just pass this. It's a pretty dangerous call to make at such a low level with so little information about the hand. But your partner didn't raise hearts, so you have at most 8 hearts. Your partner's negative double often is only going to be 4 spades. This could just be a giant misfit for everyone, and you might just be collecting 800 with all of your aces and kings. But to counteract that, I mean, if West had a singleton club and 1 extra diamond, then you might be odds-on to make 6 spades over there. So East does decide to bid 2 no trump. I assume forcing. Otherwise, that would be a very pessimistic view of the East hand, opposite a partner who's able to act. So assuming this is forcing, West should be able to bid 3 spades to show 5th spade, and then East will have a decision to make. It seems unlikely East is going to try no trump as opposed to one of the major suits. You have to be worried a little bit about the diamond suit. I know your partner should have some diamond cards, but it's still possible the opponents end up taking the first 5 diamond tricks and no trump. Or even the first 3 diamonds, as well as the ace-king of clubs. So I think East will probably prefer to play this hand in hearts, knowing about his own heart strength. Even though he has such strong spade support for his partner. But we'll see how things time out. East might still be thinking about slam, of course. As mentioned, I mean, if West was just 5-2, 5-1 with the same shape, 6 spades is an excellent place to play. 6 hearts as well. Yeah, mono maybe could think about bidding 3. Okay, I was going to say the 3 heart bid. I was expecting 3 spades to come long ago, but the more that West thought, obviously, he had some problem to consider. And I think this probably doesn't show 3-card support, because West, I think, is a bit too likely to show a heart fit directly over 2 clubs. But it's hard to say. I mean, sometimes if West is game forcing with 4 spades, West would prefer to play the 4-4 fit rather than the 5-3 fit. But either way, East is going to be thrilled to hear this. I think is going to at least try to cubit something. Although it's a bit of a challenge. East could cubit 4 diamonds and highlight the club problem, and then West would be able to sign off in 4 hearts. Either way, East-West will be making their way to a major suit game, and the only danger is that they end up in the 5 level in hearts. But I think East will be acutely aware of the issue of ace-king of clubs in a 3rd round of clubs, given that he's looking at the 3-card club holding. So I do suspect that ultimately East-West are probably just going to sign off in 4 hearts. Maybe they find their spade fit and get to that suit instead, which would save them a trick. Well, in the meantime, while East thinks, we do have a result on board 1 from the other room. Kind of a similar auction, and Zatorsky there, sitting south, did, of course, get off to the Queen of Clubs lead, Queen-Jack Doubleton. Seems like a pretty natural thing to do. And looking through the play really quickly, Declare had no trouble. Well, I was going to say Declare had no trouble making it from there, and it looks like that was true. Had to be very careful in the play, the timing of everything, but with the club suit just coming home perfectly, Declare had no issues setting up a heart ruff and then carefully timing the play to make all the tricks from that point. Well played. So 4 imps going the way of Zimmerman on that first board. Wow. Okay, DeFranco does bid 3 no trump. Thinks for quite some time. It's difficult to place honors in your partner's hand that aren't in the diamond suit when you have all of the heart honors and you assume that the ace-king of clubs are on your left for the 2 club overcall. Your partner's got to have something in diamonds, and he just hopes it's enough to produce a stopper. And he's right. He's absolutely right. This would be the top match point result on the board, probably. So should be 460. Should be 490. Should be, wait, not, should be 520. 6 hearts, 5 spades, a club, and a diamond, 13 tricks. Zimmerman's low club opening lead looks relatively normal. Just hoping that his partner has a major suit card somewhere and can get in, play club back to him. But not today. As that we'll see the ace of hearts cashed, everyone follows, and now Declare can just face his hand and claim. The hearts run, you can unblock the spades even if they're 5-0, cross to the diamond ace, and finish running the spades in West's hand. All 13 tricks, and all the match points, but probably only a couple of imps. Okay, on to board 3. So well judged by DeFranco, ultimately. His partner did turn up with the diamond card he needed, and Slam was not there. see, pass by South. West has 17. Looks like a no trump to me, if it's in their range. North has a 13 count, but won't really be able to come in over a strong no trump. And that might actually be where they land. East has 7. Aceless. No spot cards to speak of either. Opposite a strong no trump range, East is pretty unlikely to look for game. Play's going a little bit slower than it was in my head. So I think I'm way ahead of them on this auction. But I think we might just see it go no trump all pass. And if we do, North on lead. Leading into the auction, a no trump all pass tends to be relatively challenging. A lot of players swear by leading passively against this auction because you just want to make it as difficult as possible for a declarer to gain a trick at trick 1. That could give up the 7th trick immediately. Some just try and make their natural opening lead. Whether people think that's a club or a heart from the North hand is up for debate. Hearts could work out a lot better. All your partner really needs is the Jack 5th of hearts, and a heart lead would be pretty effective, whereas it's unlikely partner has 5 clubs, given that you have 4 of them, and you would also need partner to have a stronger holding in the club suit than just the Jack. But Nozatsky, possibly of the opinion that you just want to lead passively, selects the 8 of diamonds. I think a good choice, and now declare... It's up to them to play on suits. I guess a pretty natural thing to do is to win the opening diamond lead with, say, the queen, and then just lead the 9 of spades to the queen at trick 2. Concealing the diamond ace might cause North to get the wrong picture of the hand, or South. You could unblock the queen of diamonds. Nothing wrong with doing that. But yeah, declare will lead spades up. And I think it's pretty important to start unblocking these 9 and 8 of spades, because the 7 of spades could be a crucial entry to the East hand. So spade goes around to the king. Club through looks pretty normal from South. Looking at that small doubleton and dummy. Alright. Now West is in control. 24 high card points. How many tricks is he going to be able to make in 1 no trump? It seems somewhat natural to stick in a club honor, but I think he might actually hop up with the ace at this point, and then unblock the diamond queen, and then play a spade over. On a really bad day, if you stick in the 10 of clubs and it loses to the Jack, North might be able to switch to a low heart, and then if South also has the ace of spades, South might be able to get back in once you win the ace of hearts and push a heart through. And you could lose quite a few tricks by doing so. The club suit is really not your weakest suit, so allowing the opponents to steal a club trick before switching to your weakness can be somewhat dangerous, but he's going to count up his tricks, and it looks like he's determined, no, this is fine. Duck the club. If North switches to hearts, so be it. Then I might have some more work to do. But for now, let's stick North in and see if they can figure out what's going on. And I think North can figure out what's going on, given that his partner's already turned up with the spade king. He can count high card points, knows that his partner has At most a couple more. And they don't appear to be in the club suit. South would not have switched to the 8 of clubs if he had the queen with him. So I think a club back is out of the question. Nozatsky can still decide to switch to hearts, kind of hoping his partner once again has, say, Jack 5th in the suit. Although then would South maybe switch to hearts instead of clubs? Hard to say. Lots of subtle inferences on the defense that North is working with here. He does decide to go passively. Diamond back to the queen. I think Declare is happy to breathe a sigh of relief there that he didn't get a heart switch. He'll lead the 9 of spades up towards the Jack 7. I'm not really sure what South is thinking about on this trick. Alright, plays the 10. So yeah, now a spade. Spade up to the Jack. Declare can cash a couple of diamonds. Knock out the spade ace. And might be in a situation where he could try and guess to take the club finesse at the end. North is going to get strip squeezed. If he cashes 2 diamonds, pitching a club and a heart, then exits a spade, or does it in this order, either way. Because North is sitting on the king, queen of hearts and the club king, North won't be able to get out of his own way, but Declare will have a guess as to what to do. Alright, king of hearts switch comes. Declare just decides to duck it. So North correctly exits a diamond, realizing, whether it's by the signaling from his partner or just by counting out the hand, that continuing hearts or clubs would have been fruitless. And so Declare can cash all of his winners, probably pitch the Jack of hearts and lead a club to the queen. North will get another trick, so Declare emerges with 8. Or, well, now North just needs to be counting the club suit. He can pitch a club. So, I'm a little bit surprised that Declare didn't try the club finesse in the end position, given that he decided to reject the plan of strip squeezing North for the 9th trick. But either way, good defense, good play by Declare. Not too many imps at stake for just playing in a no-trump when all we're talking about is over tricks. Okay. So North is 5-5 in the red suits with an 11 count, although there is a singleton queen. I wonder if he'll open a heart, or if this is just not good enough in their style. He does open a heart. So he gets to overcall spade. 12 count with some nice spades. South probably bids a no trump. Spade stopper, 8 high card points. North can rebid 2 diamonds. And I don't think East is going to take another call. Hearing the no trump bid on your left with that spade suit with a bunch of missing honors, the ace, queen, 10. South is frequently sitting over there with king, jack, 9, 4th. You really don't want to take your life in your hands by bidding a second time, even though you have the 6th trump. South makes a negative double, which is a little bit unusual. Normally you might do this if you just didn't have a spade stopper, or if you actually had 4-4 in the minors or 5-5 in the minors or something and wanted your partner to bid one of those. But South kind of has just a very natural 1 no trump bid. So North bids 2 diamonds. Of course, very happy to hear partner's negative double, I think. I suppose Zimmerman's going to try 2 hearts. He can't pass 2 diamonds. He just doesn't have that suit. Okay, 2 hearts now passes back around to East. This is a bit of a more interesting position because the opponents haven't admitted to having a bunch of spades stacked up behind you. But DeFranco still does decide to go quietly. Probably just doesn't like the offensive prospects of his hand, especially in the midst of 2 bidding opponents, and I think he's probably right about that. Well, he's on lead. He does decide to try a trump, and he tries the jack of hearts. I think most everyone from Queen Jack Doubleton here would lead the jack. Every once in a while you can get away with leading the queen if you want to shake things up a little bit. But this way might score your Queen Jack Doubleton if Declare takes a hook. So, with that in mind, how is Nozodsky going to approach the play in 2 hearts? We see a big result coming in for Zimmerman in the other room on board 3. They managed to get to 3 no trump, and not only that, they made 9 tricks. Huge result for them over there. So 10 imps to Zimmerman, and the lead has been cut to 4. So a pretty natural way for Declare to start the play here is probably to play 3 rounds of diamonds, but instead elects to try club. Club to the queen. Presumably hoping that the opponents actually make a bit of an error here and don't pull a second round of trumps. Maybe he was honestly hoping that he could play a club to the queen and East would win, and then he wouldn't have to make this unfortunate guess on the second round of the heart suit. I think he'll probably stick in the 8. Because East might have led singleton jack. That's possible, right? In that case, the 8 would just win. East might have led Queen Jack Doubleton, in which case putting up the ace would, of course, solve your guess here, but you would still lose a trick to the 9. So sticking in the 8, you would lose the trick immediately, but that could then pull the last 2 trumps with the ace and 10. And so it sounds like the 8 has essentially no losing cases. Like, would East really lead the jack of hearts from Jack 9 Doubleton? I mean, I guess if they were leading a heart, but that doesn't really seem like the trump holding to lead from. Whoa! That's the 10 of hearts. That's, that was quite a position to take, and Declare is not going to be happy with the result. So East wins the queen. And now, of course, with the spade suit so unfortunately blocked for East-West, they're not really in a great position. Like, if East cashes the ace-queen of spades, then the jack sets up in dummy. If East tries a club, the jack of clubs is going to score. Playing diamonds would lead into Declare's diamond suit, so East doesn't want to do that. Yeah, Declare might actually be okay with this. I mean, I guess you could have stuck in the 8 and had the same result, but then you would have better trump spots. DeFranco doesn't have a lot of good options here. I wonder if he just tries a diamond to try and kill the entry to the club or spades in South. Like, if we're able to play 2 rounds of diamonds on defense, then you can just go ace-queen of spades, stripping Declare's spades, and try to exit the king of clubs. I know he's not happy about playing a diamond through his partner's strength into Declare, but that might be the best option. So if he does that, how is this going to end up going? Diamond around to the jack. I guess Declare probably leads a spade out of hand at that point. Declare basically needs to avoid losing 4 more tricks. I know. Massive insight here from the commentator. Having already lost 2 tricks in a 2-level contract, you just can't lose 4 more. But the 4 losers that he's potentially facing are 2 spades, the diamond queen, and the 9 of hearts now. And so I think as long as he's able to kind of end play East into giving him some black suit cards, or black suit tricks. Well, 10 of spades switch goes to the jack and king. Now West is in. West can't play hearts. And West also can't play clubs, because if West plays a club, Declare can actually pitch a spade loser, and that'll set up all of the clubs in dummy when East wins the king. So West actually has to play diamonds now. And I think West will work that out. I think West will definitely work out what's going on in the club suit. His partner would not have allowed Declare to set up the clubs. Like, East would definitely have switched to diamonds earlier if East only had the stiff king of clubs and Declare had one more, to prevent the club suit from being set up and accessed with the king of diamonds late in the play. So I think West will switch to diamonds. And what does that mean for Declare? So diamond, the jack will hold. Okay, what's the plan? if we're trying to neutralize the 9 of hearts, we would need to rough a trick in the north hand with the 5 of hearts so that maybe ultimately we came down to some sort of end position where West has the 9-4 of hearts and we have the ace-8 sitting over them. But yeah, this has to be a tricky spot. Hi, Tiger. You have the sound on. If you're planning to join for commentary. Well, I guess I'll keep going. So, I mean, I guess a diamond to the king and a club ruff is one way that Declare could try and neutralize the heart holding in West Sand. Or, I mean, maybe Declare just does to decide to try and hope that one of the red suits is going to work out. So, ace of hearts, diamond to the king. You could try and take a club finesse, running the jack of clubs. Maybe on a good day, West has the king of clubs as well, and is able to set up all of Dummy's clubs, and West will be forced to lead a club back into him at the end of play. That's possible. But yeah, it looks like Declare might actually be in trouble. If he exits a spade, East can just play back another high spade, forcing Declare into hand. If he tries to take the club finesse, East is going to win, and we'll just start playing high spades. West should be able to score the 9 of hearts and queen of diamonds from there. This looks like it might end up down 1. A bit of an unfortunate read at the end of play from Declare to kind of mispick everything. That Queen-Jack Doubleton of Hearts lead really worked out. And then the 4-2 diamonds were a little bit too much to overcome. I don't think I'm missing anything, but some of these hands can be notoriously complicated. Alright, so the Jack of Clubs. He pitches a spade, East wins, and now East can just play ace of spades, queen of spades, as West sheds 2 clubs. Declare can rough in at any time, but I guess East could play back a club, so I see what East is a little bit what's a little bit complicated to East. Because on the ace of spades, West will pitch a club, and Declare can ruff, and Declare can then exit the 9 of hearts to West, and West might be a little bit uncomfortable playing a club into Dummy's 10-8, but of course East will have the queen of spades left at the end of the hand. So if Declare exits a heart here and West mistakenly plays back a diamond, Declare can actually make it, sticking in the diamond 10. But Declare tries for the 3-3 diamond split, and this is going to be down 1. West will get in with the diamond queen, cash the 9 of hearts, and then have to play a club to Dummy's 10 at the end of hand. So with 3 spades going down 2 at the other table, this is going to be another big swing going back the way of street. 7 imps for them will take the lead back up to 11. All right, 12 high card points for North, opens a heart. DeFranco does not stick in a very light 1 spade overcall. We have seen a couple of those throughout the event. But DeFranco decides to be a little bit more conservative than some of the other players that might hold his hand. I assume South just bids 4 hearts because that's what the hand looks like. West makes a takeout double, ace, king, queen, 4th of spades. North will pass for now. We'll see 4 spades from East, pretty happy to bid his 5-card spade suit, now that he's been given the opportunity to do so. And so will North or South take another call? There is an ostensibly double dummy defense that would beat this thing. South would have to get off to a club lead at trick 1, and then North would have to underlead the ace of hearts to get a club ruff. That's not going to happen in a million years. So after the king of hearts lead, which is going to be pretty natural, defensive communication is cut, and there's no way to get the club ruff. Declare doesn't need the ace king of clubs on side. He'll just run the diamond suit after pulling trumps and pitch 2 clubs away. So this should be 4 spades making 4. Looks like a pretty good result for the street team, but unless North-South are saving in 5 hearts, I think this is going to be a relatively common place for everyone to land. So on the lead, I think North is going to win the ace. Oh. He signals for clubs, suit preference. I was pretty sure North would just win the ace of hearts and play clubs himself. That would make things a little bit easier on your partner, but that 2 of hearts should convey the message, especially looking at this dummy. Please switch to clubs. So club to the ace, king of clubs. But when Declare sees that there isn't a club on the table next, he's just going to claim. $420. Not the double dummy result on the hand, but as mentioned, it's just inhuman to lead a club from the south hand there. It would be a complete gamble, right? If you were told your partner has an ace-king doubleton in one of the minors, you might still lead a heart. $15 count for DeFranco, 5-4 in the majors. So he'll probably open heart. After the heart opener, I guess Mono will either decide to bid 2 hearts, or maybe the more likely result of West bidding a no trump, forcing or semi-forcing no trump, planning to make the false preference to 2 hearts. Kind of indicating like a weak 3-card raise or oftentimes a doubleton. It's not so much that a 2-heart bid would be seen as constructive, but often it would deliver a little bit more than a queen and 2 jacks and 4 triple 3. So I do kind of expect Mono to take the 1 no trump route, but we'll see what he decides. Or he could be even more conservative than that, pass a heart. Not that unreasonable either. if you don't think your hand is worth bidding. So North balances a no trump. Something like 11 to 14. Maybe the range is a little bit wider than that. But has a nice 14 count, 4-3-3, of course. No heart stopper, but sometimes you have to bid. So no trump will pass back around to West, and I do imagine at that point West will own up to having some heart support. No. Wow. Maybe West was put off by the fact that South thought for a while over no trump, which I have no idea what South was thinking about. South has 7 high card points and partners limited to like 14 or so. Your side doesn't have a game. But okay, heart opening lead goes around to the queen. So there's 5 heart tricks that Declare can cash, or not Declare, Defense can cash. Declare hasn't really begun setting up their side's tricks either. And it's going to take a little bit of time to do so. Declare can set up 3 extra tricks in clubs, which would get him up to 6. 3 clubs, 2 spades, and a diamond. Or could go after the diamond suit, hoping that East has at least one of the diamond honors, which I think, given West turns up with the heart queen and has passed originally, there's a pretty good chance that East has the diamond king. So I think after 5 rounds of hearts and, say, a spade exit from East, Declare I'll probably just lead the queen of diamonds. But let's see how the play goes. So West does return the 10 of hearts at trick 2. Declare covers. So East is going to run the heart suit. Declare has to find quite a few discards. I expect him to pitch a couple spades from the south hand. You probably don't need communication in the spade suit itself, since you're always going to have that ace of clubs over there. And you don't really want to compromise either your club or diamond holdings yet. Especially if you haven't really decided what suit you're going to play on. Alright, he pitches a club from both hands. And now on the final heart, I would expect to see a spade discard from both hands. Maybe he pitches a club from the north hand. But a spade seems relatively simple and straightforward. I think for the same reason that East has to have the diamond king, he has to have the club king as well, which is that West with the queen third of hearts and one of the minor suit kings would have responded to partner's opening bid. Aha. Okay, I had announced the queen of diamonds play, but I think the 10 of diamonds is even better. The whole point is, since we know East has the diamond king, if East ducks this trick, then West will win the jack, and then later we can run the queen of diamonds for a finesse. If East hops up with the king here, then I guess we can actually just take a club finesse. Or we could even just duck. That's probably the simplest plan. If East plays the king, we just duck this trick. Yeah, I think Declare is just going to play low. Like, this was such a long think from East that if East turns up with Singleton King after thinking for for a minute, yeah, the duck is a good play. If East had played the King of Diamonds in tempo, then Declare might have had something to think about, but now the diamonds just have to be running. Cash the queen. There it is. So 1-no making 1. Good result for North-South. I think 2 hearts was somewhat likely to make. Queen of clubs lead. Maybe not. Maybe Declare ends up down 1. Board 5 in the other room. I had alluded to the 5 heart save. Vulnerable against not. It's pretty rare to see that, but it is the best realistic result that North-South could get on that hand, and it earns them 6 imps. So Street is back on top by 17 after a couple of middling swings back-to-back. So pass by South. West will open 3 clubs. Pretty nice hand for it. I suppose you could open a club if your system allows you to. It's a 10 count, but you're 7-4 and 2 suits. Over 3 clubs, I guess North would have a little bit of a decision. You do have 2 club stoppers and 17, so you could overcall 3 no trump, but I think it's pretty normal to just make the takeout double with 4-4 in the majors. This was not an option I had considered from West. I suppose the hand is too good to preempt and not good enough to open at the 1 level. A lot of players don't have a gap in there between preempt and an opening bid that looks like this East-West partnership does. So North opens a no trump. South 4-4 in the majors, but a really weak hand. Are we going to see a Stamen bid? We do. Good decision, because you have a pretty decent chance of finding a fit. West doubles. We'll see North bid 2 hearts. I think frequently the 2 heart bid will show a club stopper here. If North just wanted to... oh, North bids 3 clubs. Well, that's not what South wanted to see. Uh-oh. I wonder if North-South don't play a form of garbage Stamen. Because if South's 2 club bid is always invitational, then of course North is happy to accept and show 4-4 in the majors. This is getting dangerous, though, because Zimmerman there in the South really wants to just sign off. He was hoping to play in 2 hearts or 2 spades. He tries 3 diamonds. North-South might be on uneven footing in this auction. So I kind of like the 3 diamond bid from that respect, that if you don't know what partner's doing, you can kind of make something up to re-ask about Stamen. Alright, there's 3 hearts. I'll pass. So did East-West miss something? I guess they're making 4 clubs. They'll lose 2 clubs and a heart. But in the meantime, North-South have 3 diamonds to lose, even on what's likely to be an opening club lead. They have a spade, a heart. I've been told 3 clubs is both majors and a maximum. The danger about doing that is that if South could have a very weak hand with, 4-4 in the majors or 4-5 in the majors or something, then, and South was just planning to pass whatever partner's response to Stayman was, then you get a level too high. So I almost suspect that South might have gone out of system here. Maybe they just don't play a garbage Stayman variant. Alright, King of Hearts declares going to see the Queen of Hearts and can't really do much about it. He'll continue the ace. Get the bad news. Work on the spade suit. That suit doesn't even split. But it looks like maybe East can actually get thrown in to escape for down 1 in this contract. So we can go Queen of Spades right now. I mean, if we're able to strip East's minor suit cards, then we could escape for down 1. Declare might just take kind of, I guess you could call it a more natural line of play of Queen of Spades, spade to the king. If East was ducking in tempo. Looks like East is not ducking in tempo, though. You know what? East is just going to win the ace of spades and return the 10 of hearts. Yeah, and then East will get in with the diamond and pull the last trump. So, actually, I guess there was nothing Declare could do once he cashed his second high heart. He could have gotten out for down 1, I think, if he read the Queen of Hearts as a true card. Alright, spade to the jack. Nothing much to do from here. We can cash a couple more tricks, and then East-West are going to have all the rest. Declare's probably a little bit shocked that West turns up with a singleton in both majors on an auction like this. West did show clubs, but West didn't do anything more unusual, like bid 2 no trump to show 6-5 or something. West didn't open a preempt in the club suit. Alright, club to the ace. Exit a diamond. Hope the defense makes an error, but East will just hop up, pull the last trump, cash a spade, play a diamond over. Down 2. So I guess the fact that West didn't open 3 clubs might have kind of evened out. Over a 3 club opener, I think North probably would have made a takeout double, South would have been 3 hearts, and there they would have landed. Although spade to the ace, spade rough at tricks 1 and 2. East still has a natural heart trick, and they're still going to cash 3 diamonds. On to board 8. We're about halfway through the segment. We do see on board 6, 5 imps going the way of Zimmerman. They bid and made 1 no trump in both rooms. With East opening an off-shape no trump on that hand, 4-5 in the majors. But on the hand in front of us, North has 12, hard opening bid, spade overcall. Is South going to bid a no trump this time? We had board 4, where South declined to bid a no trump with a similar type hand. So is this one good enough? We got a 7 count. King 10 third of spades looks like an even better stopper than Jack fourth. No. South says no thank you. I'm not bidding no trump at all today. So South makes a negative double. 2 clubs by North. This time South would be thrilled to play there, but East has something to say about this auction, I think. Hey Kai, welcome back.
Hello, how you doing, Brady?
Good. Yeah, you've jumped into another Zimmerman special, I think, on the auction.
Ooh.
Really is not a fan of declaring no Trump himself.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah, so East does bid 2 spades, and now we'll see if what South's plan is at this point in the auction, because 3 clubs would be invitational, and his hand is not quite that. He probably just has to pass this around.
Oh, he goes for the 3 clubs. Now, is North going to be able to stay low? Yeah, I mean, you do have a minimum, so it works out this time.
Yeah, North has no spade stopper, so North wasn't tempted to try 3 no trump, which could have been a disaster. But there's the 3 club bid, so DeFranco has one more shot at it if he wants to take another stab. It sounds to him as if, given that there's no trump bid on his left, his partner either has the spade king or the finesse is working. So he might think that, yeah, and so he does take another try at this one. Reopens with double. Mano will bid 3 spades, of course, with the doubleton spade.
Stay in the fit.
Yeah, you could bid 3 diamonds on the west hand, but I mean, you know you have a spade fit. You don't know if you have a diamond fit.
Right. And if you bid 3 diamonds, you're not completely certain that East is going to go back to 3 spades. So just stay in the fit. Got a minimum, find your fit, stay there.
Right. Well, I think the 10 of spades is going to play an important role here because South is probably going to lead his doubleton heart in his partner's suit. And that third round of hearts is going to promote the 10 of spades into a trick. Defense needs to be careful because you can't really afford to have declare pitch a club loser, for example, on the third heart. That would be a loser-on-loser play.
Oh no, there's no way to time it properly. I'm thinking, like, what if the declare ducks a heart, but there's multiple ways for South to get up to the north hand to ensure that the trump promo happens.
Right, yeah, exactly. And again, I'm not certain that declare is going to believe the king of spades is offside on an auction like this, but but there might not be any way to get over to the west hand to take a spade finesse anyway. You could cross in diamonds, but that exposes you to a diamond ruff, possibly. So we'll see. I mean, if he's able to just take 5 rounds of trumps and knock out the diamond ace and they split, that'll be 9 tricks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could get an amusing second round of spades. If Declare plays north for king doubleton of spades, we could see ace of spades low spade out of East End. That would solve the trump promotion possibility, because if you go ace then queen and north wins the king doubleton, then you do get the trump promotion on the second round, but ace then low, and the 10 of spades is no longer an issue. Well, Declare understandably giving this some thought at trick 1.
Taking that time and taking that advice that all bridge players are given.
Yeah, you never want to play too quickly. It might cost you the contract.
Right. And if you take too slow in other situations, of course, you're giving away information. You got to be thinking about something if you're thinking. It's illegal to not be.
Yeah, those rules have some gray area in them. But I have to imagine you win the opening lead. As you had mentioned, sometimes it can be right to duck the opening lead in this spot if you're trying to cut communication. And I think it's pretty likely that North only has 5 hearts on this auction. North rebid 2 clubs. But as you say, North is the opening bidder. North has plenty of entries there. Ace of diamonds, king of spades even, ace or king of clubs. So cutting communication in the heart suit is not likely to do your side any favors on this one. And you risk that diamonds are 4-1, right? If North just switches to a diamond to partner's ace and a diamond ruff, then you're really not going to be happy.
That would be omega sad.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, one thing that I think Declare is definitely contemplating, like you said earlier, is trying to decide whether or not you're going to take the diamond finesse or take the spade finesse or not to get the entry. And the more that I would look at this hand, I would probably just be tempted to just bash down the spade suit as quickly as I possibly can to attempt to avoid this Trump promo. Probably quite frugal, probably quite poorly though, as it is very difficult to prevent due to the entries, multiple entries.
Well, South could be 2-2, 5-4, or 2-2, 4-5. And in that case, ace of spades, queen of spades, you just have a claim. Because South is out Trump. So there's a lot of things to consider. I think it's also possible that I was going to say I think it's also possible that the defense errs if he does go ace queen of spades right now, but the more I'm looking at that, I think the less likely that is. Looks like that's what he's going with, ace of spades and either queen of spades or a low one to try and pick off the spade suit.
Which one? I mean, the 10 could easily drop. I don't know. I think I'm more for the idea of going with queen of spades or jack of spades here, because the 10 could drop. The Trump promo might not even happen in the first place. I feel like playing low only plays for some very specific things, aka King Doubletons.
Yep. Yeah, well, he's giving it a look, so he's cashed the ace, and I think he probably will decide to play back another high spade, but he's probably a little bit nervous about South holding 10-3.
Yeah. Reasonably so. And that's an argument for playing the 4. If any time that South has 10-3, then you want to be playing low generally, because it doesn't matter.
So let's say he does play the jack of spades here. Whatever, queen or jack. South wins the king. South is going to continue a heart.
Yeah.
So this will go to North's 9. And North can afford to play the king of hearts back, because if Declare pitches a club, then the king of hearts just wins that trick. But then North will need to get a count signal from his partner in the club suit to know if he should cash the king of clubs before playing a 4th heart. I think that's the only danger for the defense at this point.
It's not necessarily, or if it's going down, it's how much? No, that's definitely an if it's going down question.
Yeah, with the diamonds 3-2, there's no real risk of down 2 at this point.
Yeah.
So it'll just be down 1 or making, depending on whether or not the defense gets the position right. He does play low spade. Look at this.
The low one.
I mean, I like this play. I think he's probably odds on to be right. But unfortunately for him, Zimmerman had the king of spades all along. So Declare is going to be cursing his luck here that Zimmerman turned up with 10 doubleton, and he's like, shoot, I could have just played back a high spade and made this thing, but he'll find out at the end of hand that there was actually nothing he could do.
But almost to the very, very end, Zimmerman is going to hold on to that king of spades until the very end just to make DeFranco feel horrible.
Yeah, he definitely will. All right, the 7 of hearts comes through. North can win the 9. I'm sure Nozatsky knows what's going on now that the 10 of spades has held the second round of the suit. He's probably worked out exactly what's happening. Yeah, and there's the claim. Yeah. Down 1. Not much to be done about it, but I feel like the players might be having a bit of a laugh at the table after that one.
Mm-hmm. In the end, there really was nothing Declare could do.
No. The opening heart lead was a little bit too much to overcome. All right, board 9. So North has a big hand this time. Only 11, but lots of shape. Opens a diamond. Gross from East. You double check the one red and see that it's not hearts and grudgingly pass.
Ugh. I don't know. I find these 5-4-4-0 or 4-4-4-1 shapes to be so frustrating and pesky to bid. You got 3 suits. It's not easy. I think overall they're probably like my least favorite hand shapes, period, in the entire game.
They're very powerful offensively, so if you can take a call, then you probably should.
I know. But like anytime that I do take a call and it's like offensive, then somehow we happen to be like too mirrored. Like our shortness is a line, which is just like, ugh, dude.
Well,
so I just
you say that here. I mean, East is now going to make a takeout double of hearts, and if he was told that his partner had a 9 count with a doubleton heart, he might be pretty excited. But that 9 count really overlaps with his shortness. You might be onto something. I expect Zimmerman to bid 3 hearts here, just as like preemptive. Take up some room. Favorable, the opponent's made a takeout double. You have usually 10 hearts, sometimes 9 if partners raised you on 3. He's not really interested in game either. I mean, who knows? Maybe he'll bid 4 hearts, figuring it's like a double shot. Sometimes, just because we have 10 trumps, 4 hearts might make. The club finesse sounds like it might be onside. I guess it's possible.
Yeah. I see it. I see the vision. Only thing that might be holding me back is potential diamond wastage.
Yeah.
But...
And I mean, he's right here. There's no way that East is finding the singleton king of hearts lead, which is required to beat 4 hearts. So there it is.
There it is. 4 hearts. Now will DeFranco be genius? it just because it's very unlikely and an abnormal play does not mean that it's not going to happen. He's like, they're going to be dropping my king anyway.
That's true. I mean, if he just turns his hand face down and shuffles them, he would have a pretty good chance of beating this thing. 1 in 13.
Yeah, 1 in 13.
Well,
better
not
odds
today.
Than putting some thought into it.
Yeah, he's going to get off to a club lead, which looks the most natural. I mean, maybe ace and a spade, but one of the black suits for sure against this auction. And Oh, I totally forgot. West is on lead. West is leading the Queen of Spades. Oh, I now I feel terrible because this is just going to go down one quickly.
Oops. Well, you were making it suspenseful.
I really
That's what this was.
I was also taken aback by North's one of a red suit opening and thought he was declaring. Okay, this makes a lot more sense though. So Mano, Queen of Spades lead. They'll just collect the first two spade tricks. I mean, it would be very difficult if East was on lead against this contract, but
Yeah.
no way to make that happen unless you play transfers over your one diamond opener, which no one does.
Aw. I mean, if you played transfers, right? You played transfer Walsh. I mean, you would open one club with this hand, right? You always cater for the possibility of using your system.
It's always going to work
No.
somewhere.
No, it's 2+ clubs generally.
Yeah, so Queen of Spades covered by the king. East will just play a spade back, get that trick in, and be
And then
pleasantly
2 hearts.
surprised when his partner turns
But
up
there
with
is
2
heart
trump
wastage.
tricks.
But
I
of
guess-
course they're going to think of it and then not cash them immediately because they have no clue what's going on here. Well, I guess Mono just needs to wait because very likely from his perspective, Zimmerman holds the king.
Yeah, he'll sit back and wait for those 2 hearts. Diamond switch. So East has the king, but it's not going to take a trick today. So, does Zimmerman actually have more problems than this? If he tries to pull trumps, he might end up losing a long club. So there is
Yeah.
something to think about.
He can take a diamond roughing finesse to prevent that from happening.
Right.
Also, doesn't the cross ref line on this also just happen to work? Because East has too many diamonds and too many clubs as well, so you can just cross trump entirely, and West is going to get 1 extra rough in, but it's a natural trump trick.
Right.
East is never going to be able to trump in with their king of hearts.
Yeah, that would be the danger, would be if East might only have 3 spades, for example, or if East had fewer diamonds, then you would have to guess what to rough in hand. But as you say, Declarer will be able to play this hand as a cross rough if he chooses to do so, to get rid of all those club losers before touching trumps. So I guess spade rough, but no, he just goes after hearts.
Hearts.
West will overtake this to... Oh, actually, you know what? This is amusing. West gets end played in 3 suits if West overtakes this to pull a second trump. So the 8-7 of spades and the Queen Jack of diamonds are good enough to prevent West from leading that suit, and the Ace Queen of clubs in Declarer's hand. So kind of amusing to do that for down 1.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, yeah. If it were me, I would forget that the 8 and 7 are the second closest together. All you need is the 9 gone. I wouldn't have been watching the spots, but...
Yeah, really important.
And the defense
to
would definitely know.
pay attention. Yeah. So it looks like Declare claimed on the end play. And down 1, probably not a terrible result for North-South, but maybe they would be able to stop in 3 hearts on a different auction.
Yes.
Alright, we'll see 2 passes around to West.
And depending on their no-trump range...
Yeah, what was their no-trump range earlier? I'm taking a look. West opened a no-trump with a good 17 in 3rd seat before, so I have to imagine this also qualifies as a no-trump for them. It's once again a good 17, but no 5-card suit. So, 1 no. East will transfer to
Nothing.
spades. Ooh, we're going to see the all-powerful super accept here from West, and this will vault them into a spade game, I'm sure. Friendly diamond position, so you'll make it.
Yeah, they have no convention card linked through their names if you've already tried that.
Yeah, I think there's a repository somewhere, but it's a little bit... It could be outdated.
Well, some people have repositories in their brain somehow. They remember all of the agreements of various partnerships.
You know what agreement I'm going to choose not to remember is this lead directing double by South of 2 hearts. Queen
Ooh.
5th. Not to be recommended.
Well, they're definitely going to play in no Trump, and he wants his partner to find their 5-card suit. I mean, I sympathize, but also...
Yeah, it's very dangerous to make these sort of lead directing doubles. I mean, not just because every once in a while the opponents redouble you and it's terrible, but you're taking partner off of leading from Queen Jack 5th of clubs. I would prefer partner to lead Queen Jack 5th of clubs than lead hearts from small doubleton here.
For sure.
And you have a bunch of stuff in all the other suits, so even if partner chooses spades, that might still be an okay lead. Partner could have Queen 10 9 4th or something like that. Your Jack doubleton fills in the suit nicely. So
yeah, table chat commentary agrees with you. John Morph says, I hate this kind of double.
I just don't really see what this has going for it. Every once and North has heard this story before. North is like, no, partner. I've seen way too many of your lead directing doubles to know that a heart is not the right lead.
Well, maybe it's not lead directing. Maybe it is showing a 5-card heart suit. Maybe that's what this is. That could just be an agreement.
I think Zimmerman just likes to bid sometimes when it's his turn to act, and this time is no different. Obviously here,
relatable.
Noah Zodsky, King, Queen, Jack, 4th of clubs, and 3 small hearts, probably expects that a club lead was going to be preferable anyway. So 3 rounds of clubs is going to come. Declare all rough. And then there's a way to combine chances, I think. You can lead a diamond towards the queen, and if that wins, that's great. You just lose a diamond. If that doesn't win, you can take the heart finesse. And you know what? Now that I'm still, like, in my mind, South just didn't double 2 hearts. But yes, of course, since South has doubled 2 hearts, the heart finesse is going... Yeah, that'll work out. I'm
like, or you could just finesse the hearts.
Yes.
I mean, unless they did it on, empty 5th, because why not?
Yeah, it could be 6 small.
6 small lead directing double. For some reason, my brain was like, oh, diamond suit. I would really love it if this was an intra-finesse position, because intra-finesses are fun, but it is not. I tried to play it out in my head, and I'm like, that's not what this is.
Yeah, not today. If East had the 8 of diamonds, then there might have been the possibility to play for that. So after 3 rounds of clubs, the play does get a little bit complicated if you're trying to combine your chances in the diamond and heart suits. As mentioned here, I think there's a pretty good argument for just taking the heart finesse.
You've got a finesse directing double.
Yeah. So if trumps are 2-2, you can't exactly pull 2 rounds of trumps and then lead a diamond up to the queen. Because if South wins and plays back a diamond, then your ace of diamonds entry gets knocked out. And you'll have to use a spade to cross to East's hand, but then you play a heart, and South can foil your plan by popping up with the queen on the first round, blocking the heart suit. So to combine chances, you would actually need to play a diamond before pulling all of the trumps. Now, granted, 2 rounds of clubs happened and South switched to hearts, so I guess...
Well,
and
also,
then
you can't
Declare
combine-
just takes the
just
finesse
finesses
because... I mean... how
But
could this
also,
guy
when-
have
when
any
the
less?
When the heart exits, I don't think you can combine the chances anymore, right? Because if you play the ace, there's no more heart finesse. You just
Right.
have to take the finesse, and Zimmerman was forcing it.
Right.
Sorry if
right.
you already said that.
No. That's a good point. I was expecting 3 rounds of clubs because South doesn't really know
Yeah.
what is going on in the club suit, and he would feel pretty bad to not cash the 3rd club. But he decides to switch to hearts, hoping that his... Look, he made a lead directing double, and he'll be damned if he doesn't get his heart lead in. So...
There needs to be some sort of heart lead going on from our side. I don't care if it's me or if it's partner, I need to play hearts.
Sometimes when you have an itch, you just have to scratch it, and he got the heart lead in, but didn't matter in the end. 620. Good result for East-West, but I think a relatively common one.
Yeah. I love this comment from John Worf in the chat saying, would have been brilliant if South had 6 small and North had the king of diamonds.
I mean, it would have been. Then...
Finessing into queen stiff.
Yeah, I mean, then South might have had the hand records at that point. But... Well, Zimmerman picked up another 13 cards, so of course he opens 2 spades.
Zimmerman likes to bid.
He really does. Now, North has a good hand. That's my analysis.
Yeah, North has a good hand, so they bid 2 no trump, period. Like,
Um,
what more is there to say?
So 2-0, I guess
Similar.
asking 3 diamonds might be showing a stopper. Okay. What is North's plan? I mean, we're about to uncover what North's plan is. 3 spades.
Spades.
This better be forcing.
Maybe North is having another moment of like, I've seen this before.
I mean, look, I wouldn't be surprised if South was missing all of the outside honors and just had Queen 10-9 5th, and this was a normal 2-spade opener. So the
Could be.
the danger in playing very wide-ranging preempts like that is that it makes it really hard on your partner to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
South tries 3
Okay, it seems
no.
it's forcing. Will they get to the 6 spades?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And how good is 6 spades? Have we figured this out yet?
I haven't figured it out yet. The more I look at it, the more I don't like it on a club lead.
Yeah, again, maybe West would have the hand records at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay, North is Cupid 4 clubs. Time to go. 4 diamond Cupid by South.
Slam train, choo choo.
Yeah, they're well on their way.
Oop, redirecting double. We love these doubles.
Now we might get a club lead.
Club lead.
Wow,
I
wow,
still-
wow.
Okay, maybe I should try to calculate something out for once.
Okay, so North will redouble. I'm still gonna focus in the auction for now. I'll tell you, I appreciate you taking the time to think about 6 spades because I'm gonna wait until they get there.
Well, I'm a lot slower.
So redouble first round club control. Now South will Cupid 4 diamonds. I think North bid four clubs and has redoubled to kind of prolong his decision. The four diamond cubed doesn't necessarily help him because this could be. I mean, it's probably not a singleton, but could be the king, and that wouldn't be very useful. So North once again prolonging his decision because partner's just going to bid four spades over this four heart cue. Like, North knows it too. North is looking at all of the trump honors. He knows his partner can't really have a slamish hand. He's just bidding four spades here.
Yeah, I agree with John Warp's assessment in the table chat. I do think that six spades is coming in because I think you can just cross trump a bunch of stuff and it works. 1, 2, 3.
I mean, I assume we'll see a club lead. A trump lead is also very interesting.
Trump lead makes things difficult, I think, because you have to reassess. Yeah, Trump makes things more difficult because the line that we've calculated has been thwarted a bit there. But now you might have opportunities to set up hearts. You get one diamond trump.
Wow, South bid 4-0. I mean, I didn't think this was coming, but it kind of makes sense in the context that South usually has nothing for his bids, and this time he has a little bit of something.
So something.
Yeah.
Right, he's at the very top of his range.
So this might be keycard for spades. Pretty unusual for the weak hand asked strong hand like this, but 5 diamonds showing 4 keycards over there.
Well, could North have actually wanted this to be happening, right-siding the keycard asking?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because South could have a void, and then that makes things more awkward. Well, then they wouldn't be bidding 4-0, right? Okay, my analysis is poor. Ignore that.
Yeah, that's often a good thing to do if you're the one holding all of the keycards and not much else. But the challenge sometimes is that when you have most of the values, sometimes that extra card is something partner can't ask about. Like here, the King of Hearts. Sure, South can bid 5-0 like this, confirm all the key cards and the trump queen. It's a tough puzzle. I like that North is pausing to think because, if you're lazy and you just bid 6 hearts here, and then partner thinks for a while and signs off in 6 spades, you might be like, oh no, my singleton diamond might be enough to save the day. North did well to bid 6 spades, I think. It's probably impossible from his perspective that his partner has enough stuff to make 7. So even though he has all the key cards and he could show his King of Hearts, he probably just already realized that 7 is out of the question.
Yeah.
Okay. Club lead.
Now we calculate. Club lead. So we said that just playing a bunch of diamonds and trumping a bunch of clubs could get you to the 12 tricks, as long as you cash 2 hearts first. 1, 2.
Yeah, you could do something like that. A simple line of play that I'm looking at is just ace of clubs, diamond, diamond ruff, heart to the queen, diamond ruff, overtake the jack of spades, and now if trumps are 3-2, we just pull trumps. And it turns out that if we then just continue running trumps, East is going to get squeezed in clubs and hearts. So we'll end up making all 13 tricks at that point. But even if there wasn't a squeeze, we would still end up scoring 12. So that's probably a pretty simple line, and it's a little bit difficult to argue with that because all you need is 3-2 trumps. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't need anything else. You don't need like a cross ruff to happen. You don't need to be able to ruff or cash 2 rounds of hearts even. You just need 1 round of hearts to stand up. So if the suit was 5-1, you would still make it. But, of course, there is the challenge there that if spades happen to be 4-1, you are probably just going to go down. Hearts could be 3-3, and then you can get 2 pitches, and you'll still make it. But maybe Declare is going to look for a little bit better. I'm thinking about alternatives. We could try 3 rounds of hearts right now, pitching a club. And if the defense doesn't then switch to trumps, we can cross-ref diamonds and clubs, for example, to get up to 12. But I think they will switch to trumps.
And if they do...
It looks like you're down. East has 3 spades, so you can't really set up the hearts and get back over there.
Yeah, if West was the one with with 3 spades, then it might be...
Yeah, I'm struggling to see something better than the plan of roughing 2 diamonds. Because you really don't want to go down if trump split 3-2. That would be terrible. Yeah. And this is a pretty simple line of play to just guarantee 12 tricks when they split. Warren Spector has been typing this out in the chat as well. But
Warren says that it's 68%. Is there better?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it?
I mean, doesn't this cross-ref line work anytime that the hearts split 2-4 or better?
Well, you need to score roughs with the 5 and 4 of spades, so...
True.
Yeah,
okay, it's a little bit, there's less there. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's actually better than 68% because, as mentioned, if hearts are 3-3, you actually make it.
True.
Yeah, welcome on in, Warren. In the meantime, as Declare is thinking, board 10, they managed to miss the spade game in the other room. Kalita and Klukovsky. I'm not sure what went wrong for them over there. They did have a no trump opener, a transfer, and a super accept. But I guess Kalita decided to just go low with his hand. It's a flat 6 count, with 5 spades, of course. A couple of 10s. But it cost them 10 imps. So Street picks up 10 there. Back on top by 20.
Yeah, on the lie of the cards, it's kind of all roads lead to 12 tricks here. It's a very friendly distribution.
Warren says an easy grand. I challenge this result.
Nuh-uh. Turns out North should have shown their King of Hearts.
Ha. Then I say West leads a trump at trick 1.
Oh no!
I assume that's good enough to beat it.
Lead direct.
Hold on a second. I'm assuming that's good enough to beat the grand. You know what? It's not my problem. We're in 6 spades. We'll talk about this hand.
The other side has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Not you.
Yeah, that's
their
fair
responsibility.
Enough. All right, 7 spades. I lead a trump. Your move.
Figure it out.
Well, Declare spent a lot of time looking this over. I mean, you told us earlier that you really love roughing in the short trump hand. And
I do. I'm obsessed with it. It's an addiction, just like bridge.
It's generally a pretty good line of play, and that's probably the first thing that everyone's going to consider with this board is diamond to the ace, diamond rough, and then you count your tricks. The other table got to 4 spades.
4 spades.
So this is going to be a big moment. They also opened 2 spades, by the way, on the south hand, but I think that was spades and a minor, maybe. Wow. 2 spades, 2 no asking, 3 diamonds in the other room showing diamonds, and North said, I don't like your minor. So, 4 spades.
turns out regrettably it is the perfect minor. I guess I sympathize with this idea of, that even if it's just ace fourth, then you are trumping with all of these high cards, which is not necessarily a good thing for your side. So I understand being like, and then if they have diamond wastage, then they have diamond wastage. So I sympathize with really not liking the fact that partner has a diamond suit.
Yeah, preempts preempt your own side as well. Like, I think if North was able to open the bidding and South, like, with a heart, and South was able to respond to spade, obviously West has a diamond preempt, so maybe this point's moot. Yeah. But if North was able to open and South was able to respond, I think it would be a lot easier for North-South to get to the spade slam, as opposed to when South preempts their own side with the 2 spade bid. But you just gamble. That's what preempts are. All right, diamond over to ace. Sounds like he's going to take a diamond rough.
All lines began with this. Unblocking. Do we see a low heart?
Yeah, low heart one time. And again, there's still some chances against 4-1 spades, which I think makes this line probably vastly superior to something else. I haven't explored all the possibilities. I would believe someone if they told me that there was a stronger line of play, but when you get to a slam and you find like a 75% line or whatever it is, you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah. And when East shows out here, it might lead to some shifting of some possible thought, because now you know that West is very likely going to be short in other suits. So we might see another think. Recalculating.
Well, I think the 7-1 diamond split the declarer knows about doesn't... There's not much that you can do. It makes it a lot more likely that West is short in hearts, so you probably can't just go ace-king of hearts at this point if you're worried about the diamond splitting poorly.
So they're going to make grand? Oh, wait, no, they didn't cover.
I think South overtook the jack of spades with the queen.
And then DeFranco's going to get squeezed, yeah?
Yeah, and this is not going to be a complicated squeeze to envision for a declarer or to pull off. You just kind of run your spades and it happens automatically. As it turns out, with East marked with the king, queen of clubs and West marked with the queen, jack of diamonds, this is actually a double squeeze. Neither opponent can hold on to 3 hearts in the end position. East has to keep a club, West has to keep a diamond, and so the hearts are just going to run automatically. This is a position where I think many players would just end up claiming at this point because all of the cards are known. But yeah, a cool little end position for an over trick that is completely irrelevant because the other table missed the slam entirely.
Well, it's a cool over trick.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
The coolest factor.
Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. This is awesome. Congratulations to Zimmerman for making 13 tricks on a double squeeze.
Well played. Beautiful.
He picks up 11 imps for it. So good judgment by North after the preempt to find their way into the spade slam, and then well played to find the right line of play, roughing the diamonds. Board 12. We got 4 more to play in this segment. And it's been a really back and forth one. This looks like an exciting match going down to the last 15 boards.
Yeah, it's been bouncing back and forth, all the scores.
So, North this time has a pretty big hand, 19 count. Probably opens a club. So club heart 2-no. And South probably just bumps to 3-0 with 8.
That's an auction I could do.
Finally, a simple hand after a couple of difficult ones back to back.
Yeah.
Oh, club of diamond showing hearts. Great.
Yes.
So now, presumably, 2-0 trump from North. Tends to be the case that you want to bypass your 4-card spade suit to rebid 2-0, because if you don't, your partner often scoops up the declaration.
1 heart is forcing?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not that familiar.
Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it has to be forcing. I think lots of people play this as just like it's 2 or 3 hearts is what I've seen the 1 heart alerted as a lot. Which I guess any other bid might guarantee. No. That doesn't. That's not a solid negative inference.
Well, they get to 3-0 from the wrong side. Not that it necessarily matters. I agree with you. I'm a little bit surprised about the 1 heart bid from North. But maybe they're playing a bit of a different system. I know that a lot of pairs on Zimmerman's team will play a Polish club, but I don't think this partnership does. I think they just play a standard 2/1.
So they're gonna get 3 hearts, a club, 3 diamonds, a spade. Where's the last trick coming from?
That is an excellent question. I'm glad you asked.
Clubs.
Yeah, so I think first off, West has to find a lead. I was going to suggest the 10 of diamonds. You don't want to lead hearts, that's the opponent's suit, so picking between your 3-card suits, at least you have an honor combination in diamonds, and it doesn't cost a trick leading away from it.
If they can finesse you against the 10-9, then, that's just unlucky, man. A genuine shame.
It is. But it could happen. Dummy has Queen Jack 8, and Declare has Ace 3rd or something like that.
This is so mean if the hand ends up being that way. You think it's safe? Nope.
So, on the diamond lead, Declare's probably going to start by ducking clubs. I imagine a club to the 9 is going to be the choice. Like, win the Queen of Diamonds, play a club to the 9. Mm-hmm. That way, you preserve communication in the diamond suit. And you don't really give anything away about what's happening on the hand. You force them to make a decision. Like, if West gets in, you know that them switching to spades is correct, but it's going to look a little bit scary for West to do so. And then if they continue diamonds, you can set up the 4th round of clubs before they knock out your ace of spades. Mm-hmm. You can always fall back on 3-3 hearts, right? If hearts were splitting from the very beginning of the hand, you can just unblock the ace, king, queen later. So I think this is going to be the line of play.
Combining all the baskets. And the only way that our chat commentator, John Morph, agrees with you is they would play the ace of diamonds instead of the queen.
I think that's a pretty big error from Declare. Wow. Well, I mean, I stand by what I say. Because this is such a revealing play. Like, if you didn't have the king, you would just take a diamond finesse at trick 1. like the 10 of diamonds, whatever Rusno lead or not the opponents are playing, the king of diamonds could just be on side. And so if you play the ace here, you're effectively showing off to the opponents that you have the diamond king in hand. Playing the queen at least makes them guess. Like, if East were to win this club trick, then East might think, sitting over there with Jack fourth, hey, let's play a diamond back. Partner has the king. I'll set up some tricks in this suit. So the ace is just such a very revealing play from Declare's perspective. And look at that. West finds the spade switch.
Wow.
I mean, to be fair, you play the queen of diamonds and East doesn't win the king, so I guess West will figure this out anyway. But but yes, I mean, like, if East was the one to hold the clubs, then I think the queen of diamonds would have a little bit of deceptiveness to it.
When you originally said that I think that that's a pretty big error by Declare, I thought you were originally joking.
Oh, I don't know. Had Zimmerman already played the ace of diamonds at that point? I didn't.
No. I thought you were talking about, like, John Worf's analysis, and the disagreement was the fact of playing the ace of diamonds versus the queen of diamonds. And you're like, even though they're the same value, it's not the same value to the defense.
Right. Right.
I thought you were just disagreeing to disagree, but no, you had a reason behind it, and a very good reason.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I think more experienced players really tend to key in on, is trying to deny as much information from the opposition as possible. And so they're aware of, like, the implications of playing two of the same spot cards, like which one do you choose in certain scenarios. It's like a common example of this is if your partner makes an opening lead and you're sitting with queen jack 10 in the suit, frequently you should play the jack, because this will, like, your partner would have led the jack from jack 10, they would have led the queen from queen jack, but playing the middle card really makes it so that the opponents don't know who has what honors in the suit. And so I think this is another example. So the 10 of spades is going to hold this trick. West is then going to continue the king of spades, unblocking the suit. And then when East gets in with the king of clubs, if they do, I think at this point Declare is just going to test the hearts. They're going to cash out 2 spades. So
yep,
excellent defense from Mono. And it was really important for him to find the switch immediately, but... And, you know, it probably wouldn't have mattered what Declare played at trick 1, given the way the club suit was lying. But still, well done. 3-no trump did make in the other room. So this is going to be another swing going the way of street. So Imp's going all over the place on these boards.
It's been mentioned that East can be end played, though.
Okay, yes, fine. But...
It's not enough.
Well, that's not the line of play that we're taking. I mean, yes, in theory, we can cash 3 hearts. Oh, wait a second. Oh.
Yeah.
You know what? I was not looking as deeply into this hand. Thanks, John. Why are there so many Johns? But thanks, John.
Got lots of Johns.
Yeah. Well,
too late.
That wasn't the line of play. But yeah, so what Prospero, John number 2, is saying is that Declare could have tested the hearts, right? And so that would have been his basic chance to make this thing if hearts were 3-3 at this point. But then once hearts don't split, he'll see East show out and realize that if he gives up a club, the opponents are likely to cash a club and 2 spades, and he goes down. So now he's going to have to play the king, queen of diamonds. And then East is going to be squeezed, basically. because, I mean, East will get squeezed on the third heart. But now you can exit a spade, East is in, we'll have to lead a club away from the king at the end of the hand.
Which is what you were playing for anyway if they didn't switch to spades. So it's very consistent.
Yeah. I mean, Declare wouldn't necessarily have taken that line of play. It is possible that you instead play for the spade suit to be blocked instead of for this exact lie of the cards. And in that case, you could just continue playing on clubs once you find out that hearts don't split. Hope that East had king fourth of clubs, the spade suit's blocked, and they can't get over to the heart. But 3-no trump did make in the other room. I'm going to take a quick look through the play over there because they did get off to a spade lead.
Ooh. Well, yeah, it's a little easier to get off to a spade lead when you're leading your 4-card suit. 3 diamonds opening.
Kwiatkowski did not continue playing spades either of the times he got in. So Declare was able to just play for 3-3 clubs and make the contract.
Beautiful.
So 12 imps back the way of street. Board 13. Nozatsky opens 3 diamonds. 6-card diamond suit over there. I don't know if they're playing a multi-2 diamonds. But that could be a reason why North has chosen to be a bit more aggressive, or just because he's 6-4.
Get in there. All I have to say. Zimmerman contemplating on how high he is going to continue this bidding.
Yeah, I think the right answer is to not continue bidding.
I agree.
So, you have 4 diamonds, and your partner presumably has 7. But your hand is flat, you're aceless. A lot of these kings might be opposite singletons, in which case they don't really help you in terms of trick-taking. And more crucially,
your values are in the major.
Kind of as opposed to what we had talked about earlier in the day with that 3-club preempt where it went 3 clubs double. Now with East having passed, it's a little bit less important to deny the Q bid from your opposition by raising to 4 diamonds here. So I think for a lot of those reasons, South should maybe just be calm and quiet and pass. But we all know Zimmerman. He's going to find something to bid on this hand.
Yep, probably. The other thing that I would consider is that I don't mind defending a heart or spade contract. I like my defensive opportunities.
Right.
So
yeah, that's a consideration as well. With us having all of these intermediate cards, kings and queens, they might take tricks on defense and not so much on offense. The opponents might not make 4 hearts or 4 spades if they get there.
Which here, I don't think they do.
No.
No, they don't.
The hands are so flat. The 10 of spades is well positioned for East-West, but they still have a couple of clubs to lose, a couple hearts to lose, a spade to lose. But yeah, as expected, Zimmerman finds a bid. And I do wonder how this is going to go, because I mean, on the surface, the defense only have 4 tricks. They have 4 aces.
Well, you have to guess the diamonds as well.
Yeah, you'll have to guess the diamonds, and even so, East-West are going to be able to set up a long spade. So the defense will get at least 4 aces, the long spade.
Yeah.
And I think it's a lot more likely Declare just plays a diamond to the jack and loses a couple of tricks in that suit.
Possibly thinking that 3-no is a worthy sacrifice. Maybe he expected that his partner was going to have a better quality diamond suit, longer diamond suit, everything more diamond suit.
I appreciate the optimism. I do think that the real answer is that sometimes South just likes to bid, and this might be one of those times.
Yeah. No, might have been thinking, all I need from partner is the ace king of diamonds, and yeah, I
Which
can set up
is,
another trick somewhere.
yeah, I mean, that's a very reasonable take. Ace King seventh of diamonds, and the opponent's to give him a heart and a club trick. That would work out.
Yep.
Well, the other table gets
Table.
to three
Ooh.
hearts in the west, and they made it.
Wow. That's amazing. Uh,
I guess North led a diamond,
what?
huh? Yeah.
Uh, yeah, maybe. That might be the only thing. There might have been a two diamonds opening, three diamonds raise,
No, I mean, it was a
and they
completely
thought,
different auction over there, but North
oh,
South
okay.
had bid and raised diamonds in the auction, and so North got off to a diamond lead away from the king, which was
Oh,
disastrous. Club went away, and with the or 10 of spades on side, you end up just losing a club, two hearts, and a spade.
oh, Zimmerman guessed wrong. Life happens. There was another time where we were talking about you can drop the queen singleton. Here it's far more likely, but
Yeah, unfortunately, it's still percentage to play a diamond to the jack. You pick up the 3-0 split
right,
sometimes.
certainly.
Although, you don't really have a hand entry to the south hand, so, maybe it really is just a 50-50 guess. Diamond to the jack versus diamond to the king, but
Odds are not in your favor.
no. So DeFranco does return a spade here. Mono saw the spade signal at trick one. His partner played the 6 and now the 3, which presumably is an even number. I mean, add that to the... Well, I was going to say add that to the diamond play, but I guess Mono has no idea what South's hand looks like on the auction. It just went 3 diamonds past 3 now. Mono probably thinks that South has everything. He does win the ace. And is he going to continue a spade? Set up a spade trick? Could be dangerous. South might remain with the queen 9. The fortunate thing for East-West on defense here is even if they don't set up a spade, since they've gotten 2 diamond tricks, they started with all 4 aces, and the queen of diamonds would be a 5th defensive trick.
Another thing to possibly consider here is that Mano is probably never going to be playing, unless he really knows Zimmerman, is never going to be playing Zimmerman for this hand.
I think everyone knows Zimmerman at this level, but yeah, that's
okay.
That is a good point. The thing is, it's really scary to play against someone who could have basically anything for their bids at any moment, because you get no inference and you have to rely solely on your partner's carding. The auction doesn't really help you all that much piece together the hand, and DeFranco hasn't had a lot of opportunity to give a signal so far on defense. That trick 1 signal, the 6 of spades, but Mono might have expected him to play the 9 from this holding. I mean, the fact that he didn't play the 9 at trick 1 might make West even more certain that Zimmerman has it.
So what would be the alternative then? Switching to a club? I don't like any alternatives either.
Yeah, I think a heart switch has something going for it. Although I kind of suspect that Mono's just thinking, well, if partner has the ace of hearts, it doesn't matter what I do. We already have this beat. So he's probably wondering, what can I do when partner doesn't have the heart ace? I guess I do like a heart switch. East might have the king queen, and that could set up the fifth defensive trick. If you're not confident about the spade position, that is.
I still would be placing more honors in South's hand, though. Like, at this point, I'd be like, oh yeah, South definitely has the ace of hearts. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable take. But the nice thing about imps, from at least a defensive standpoint, is that you need to come up with a way to beat the contract. So if the only way to do it is if your partner has strong hearts here, then you play for that rather than necessarily trusting your opponents to have their bids all the time.
I like playing bridge where I can trust people.
Yeah, the opponents are not on your side. I'm just letting you know.
I understand that, and I'm not sure if I'm to the point where I'm playing against people who are being deceptive all the time. But yeah, I like being able to trust, especially my partner. But when the opponents have signaled something that is readable,
yeah,
is like I read you like a book. I read you more than I read books because I don't like books, but
well, I think that with experience you can kind of learn when opponents are trustworthy and when they aren't, on some of their signals especially. Usually, I think the stronger the opponents are, the more likely their signals are to be honest. The really top tier partnerships understand how important defense is, and that if you make a missed signal, your partner completely loses the threat of the hand and might discard something poorly at the end, and declare an extra trick that they didn't deserve. And so most really good partnerships tend to signal honestly, and that it works both ways, because then as a declarer, if you're playing against really strong opposition, you can trust their signals a little bit more than you can if you're playing against pairs in like a regional side game or something like that.
Right. And I think one of the bigger things than even signaling is just like the way that the declarer is playing the hand. What are they playing for? Just having pure empathy in terms of like, well, not empathy in terms of sympathy, but empathy because you know what's going wrong for them. So how can you make it worse? So yeah, how are they playing the hand is probably even bigger than the signals that are being given. And likewise for the defense, how's the defense playing the hand?
Yeah, that sort of inference that you gain from watching the lines of play that players are taking is really challenging, because even the best players might not always take the best line of play, or maybe they've got a read on the hand that a suit is splitting differently. And so it's really difficult to like sometimes you can next level each other with this sort of reasoning. Right. And it's like, well, if he thinks that I think that they think that like this is what they're thinking, then but
that's what we call metacognition.
Yeah.
And Mano has outthought our train of thought as commentators. He really doesn't want to play the spade. The more he's been thinking about it, the more I've been thinking he's probably not going to play it.
Right. Yeah, it does seem pretty unlikely at this point that he will continue spades. I think he's staring at this and figuring that a heart switch is probably his best chance. A heart switch kind of gives him two bites at the apple, because he'll get in with the diamond ace, and if that doesn't work, then he can go ace of clubs and a club, playing partner for the club king, as he might do. But yeah, a heart goes to the ace, and now spade's going to come through, and West is still going to get in with the diamond ace to cash out. So this will be down 2, it looks like, at this point.
Yes.
So I think good defense from East-West. Mono is going to have some choice words for partner about the spade signals after the hand. But yeah, I think they'll be able to work it out. They'll be happy with the result. Plus 200 on a part scored deal. Pretty thrilled to be collecting that.
Yeah, feels good. Cash your down 2 tricks and get out of there.
Yeah, jack of spades, ace of clubs.
And
so plus 200 for East-West, going to be mitigated a little bit by 3 hearts making in the other room. But still 2 umps going the way of street. This has been a high-scoring quarter, and I think a high-scoring match overall.
Yes.
I'm going to take a moment to give a little bit of spoilers if we have any results from the third segment. Not in this match, but in the other 3 matches. So Dinkin currently leads Goldberg by 27 after the third quarter. Fleischer still ahead of Shorey by 40. And Rosenthal Wolfson is still very close. 4 imps separates the 2 teams with 15 boards to play.
Might be the one to watch, then. This one is still quite close as well.
Yeah, this is a close match, and somehow Zimmerman always makes these comebacks in the 4th set. With Zimmerman and Novozatsky sitting out for the final 15 boards, Zimmerman's front 4 is very formidable.
Spade. 2 clubs, artificial game forcing, I presume.
Yep.
2 spades. Don't want to say much more then, eh?
Yeah, a lot of pairs play different things over this kind of artificial 2-club game force. Some would play 2 diamonds as a waiting bid. I'm a little bit surprised if Franco didn't raise clubs. He has extras with, a good 4-card club suit.
Mm-hmm.
But 2-0 by West. So this 15 count opposite the 16 count, it looks to me like, hold on, 6 clubs is the spot that they want to be in. If they can get to a slam. Don't quote me on that, but I think 6 clubs is probably the top spot. It's really difficult in 2/1 to reach some of these slams when you have effectively strong no trump values opposite strong no trump values, because no one really wants to say that, yes, I have a strong slam try, because you barely have more than your opening bid or game force. But if no one does it, then you might miss out on a potential slam. I've heard now that 2 spades might show a club fit. It's not alerted,
Interesting.
But yeah, I've been told that actually this is a relatively common convention in Italy, that two spades here is going to be extras with clubs, which is kind of cool. It saves a little bit of bidding space. So now 3 hearts would show heart shortness. And 3 no. Like I said, West might be in a situation where opposite heart shortness, West says, well, we don't have club fit, we don't have spade fit. Yeah, I have a 15 count, but that's not enough extra for me to push past 3 no trump. And this might be where they sit.
Just like the other table. Well, not necessarily the same auction, but the other table decided to sit for 3 no, probably for similar reasons.
Yeah. And apparently 12 tricks. There are 5 spades, 4 clubs, 2 hearts, and a diamond off the top with the spades 3-3.
Mm-hmm. We love spades being 3-3.
So neither table gets to a slam on this one. It was going to be challenging anyway, and I'm not necessarily convinced that you want to be there. I think it's probably pretty close. But the extra ability to rough the third round of spades to set up the suit in case it's 4-2 in a club contract, I think gives Declare a little bit of an extra edge.
Mm-hmm.
So hard opening lead. Declare will test the spades first to see how those split. Then lead a diamond up to the king. Feels like a push. And we'll be headed into the last board of the set. Alright, 3 rounds of spades. Spades break, diamond up to the king. We'll see it claim shortly. So after the last board, we'll have a bit of a break, and then we'll be right back into the action for the 4th quarter of play. I don't know if we'll stick with this match. I guess we'll take a look around and see which matches might be close and exciting to watch in the final segment. It sounds as if Wolfson against Rosenthal might be the one to cover, so we may head over there.
Yeah. Well, it depends on how many imps are swung. Of course. I don't know how many boards they have left to play.
No, at the 3/4 mark, a 3/4 mark, Rosenthal against Wolfson was 4 imps, I think.
Oh, so they were already done at that time.
Yeah, we're on a bit of a delay here, so.
Oh, I see. So the results had come in terms of that, and the Vugraph is still not run out yet in term. Okay, gotcha.
Right, yeah, we're still on about a 30-minute delay from live play. But there's the 490.
490. One more board. Is it going to be good? Is it going to be interesting? Looks pretty flat so far. I see a 6-card suit, though. Not a good one.
So does South. Believe me. He has also counted up to 6 spades in his hand.
Is it enough for a 2 spades call, though?
No, but also yes. We're absolutely going to see a spade preempt from South here.
Spooky.
Yeah, and I don't think it's quite going to do its job, but it's going to make East-West a little bit uncomfortable. So it looks like 2 diamonds multi.
Multi.
Mm-hmm. So this will be a weak 2 in either major.
And I mean, probably just a pass or correct, right? Like,
yeah, I guess I'm struggling to figure out whether or not 2 diamonds shows a weaker or a stronger hand than the preempt on board 11, because that one was a 5-4-9 count. So, so I'm not certain which one of these is the weaker action. I was going to say that if multi shows the stronger bid, which maybe it does, then North absolutely can try three hearts, pass or correct at this vulnerability. 3-no trump by DeFranco. I think he's seen enough of this nonsense. He's like, Zimmerman bids on anything. Like, the opponents could have anything, even though they're vulnerable. Let me just get my strong no trump off my chest.
I've got aces and 3/4 of an ace and a 10, and I'm just gonna bid 3-no trump. I would be so scared to bid 3-no trump, but in the end, yeah, I get it. And dummies come down with a pretty good one for them, I believe, all things considered.
Yeah, a 10 count, you love to see that when you have 16 like, over there.
I'm like, we have the points for game? Look at us go.
Now, here's a question. How are we taking 9 tricks?
I didn't consider that. I just was like, we're in 3-no trump.
I'm staring at this 3-no making 10 in the other room, and it looks like the defense is going to set up spades, and they have 2 cards you need to knock out, the diamond ace and the club king.
Yeah. Where maybe they didn't find a spade lead because there was no 2-spade preempt? Like, maybe it was wrong-sided or right-sided. I guess the contract would be right-sided. Who is it by? It was by East. No, it's a spade lead still. What?
I mean, okay, hear me out on this. We play double dummy, we win the ace of spades and lay down the king of diamonds. Yep.
Okay.
If North ducks this, we can switch to clubs. So North has to win. They play back a spade, we win the king, and we play a diamond to the 8 because the jack of diamonds pops up. Easy game.
Fair. Yeah. Well, what happened at the other table is North went up with the ace when a diamond was played towards the king.
Yeah. Now,
and then the jack falls, and then the diamonds run.
Now, let me think about this. That might actually be a really strong line of play, and so let's assume diamonds are 3-2 for a second, right? And the non-preemptor has the diamond ace. So we win the king of spades, we lead a diamond. If North hops up with the ace, we assume diamonds are 3-2, so now we have 4 diamond tricks, 2 spades, 2 hearts, and the ace of clubs. Don't need to worry about the club finesse. If we get to win the king of diamonds, whether or not South follows to this trick, now we just revert to playing on clubs. So we've got a diamond trick in, we've stolen that, and now we have 4 clubs, 2 hearts, and 2 spades. So
beautiful.
I think they are going to make it, and I think that's the line of play Declare is going to come up with, because that looks, once you spot it, it seems rather natural to take this line. Like, you realize if the club finesse is working, you're always making it. You can just take the club finesse later, use the king of hearts to get over there. But if the club finesse isn't working, you really need to get the diamonds going. So king of spades, I think we will see a diamond played at trick 2.
I'd expect so. There it is.
Yeah, and then I actually think I really like the ace of diamonds play from the other room, because South could have king doubleton, and it might be important for us to play spades through and preserve South's entry to the long spades. But now a diamond to the king holds, and I mean, sure, Declare will probably just duck a club at this point. But very
yeah, because
cool
you can only
hand.
get 3. Going for the finesse.
Yeah, heart to the king. Try the queen of clubs.
Or you could go for a diamond to the 8 as well, but who knows? Maybe Zimmerman was being tricky. Oh, you don't have entries anymore.
Yeah,
My
unfortunately.
Bad.
At that point, North can hop up with the diamond ace and really mess you up.
Mess you up, buddy.
All right,
Club
a club
is
goes
a lot
round to the
better.
king. So a spade comes back, and I assume the defense will be able to hold on to all of their winners on the run of clubs. So this should be 9 tricks.
Yes.
One up to Zimmerman, and Street is up by 22 going into the last segment of play. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We'll be back in just a few minutes with fourth quarter action.
Woohoo!
Alright. What the fuck was that? Who decided we should watch Zimmerman? Chat, was it you? Don't put this on me. There's no way that this is my fault. I call BS. You only helped. Alright, ATN, thanks for stopping by. Well, in terms of scores, so what have we got? We've got, boom, Dinkin over Goldberg. Maybe not surprising on that one. Street over Zimmerman by 22. 40 for Fleischer. So, I'm sorry, Gavin fans. Good night, ATN. And Rosenthal Wolfson. This might be the match to watch. This may well be the match to watch. Now, who are the 4 that we're going to see? So we got Berkowitz, Ginasar, Rang, and Eckenberg. And then we've got Wilenkin, Helgemo, Brogland, and Bakke. I kind of want to watch the Norwegians. I don't know what you all think, but I think I'm gonna overrule this. Oh shit, was Twitch chat on screen the entire time? Dude, no. 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 Oh, I goofed. I goofed bad. Oh, that's on me. I'm sorry, I meant to silence you all, but I was unable to do so. Wow. Big oopsie on my part. That's okay. I still haven't heard back from BBO about how they want recordings.
Why is that so bad? 13 November decillion 589 octo decillion 93 septem decillion 217 9 sex decillion 817 quindecillion 306 quatuor decillion 481 3 decillion 109 duo decillion 864 decillion 700.
Why do the voices not work? Can you type in a normal message and try instead of this crap?
981 octillion.
Maybe if you stop typing in troll messages, it would work. Having Wilenkin playing with the sponsor is overpowered. You think Helgemo's the sponsor? I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. But it's true, Wilenkin is pretty good with sponsors, just in general. I think we'll watch that match. We'll go to Brogland and Bakke's table. Show the names again? Which names again? These names again? These guys? Are these the ones that you're looking at? Yeah. No, this has been the team for, I think, 2 years. When was I in New York? Not last November, the November before. Yeah, I was in New York when Chris... so I was staying at Chris's place when he and Helgemo were hashing out a card online. That was like a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago. I mean, they'd played together already a little bit, but they were still just ironing out some of the kinks. Hey, Zapsniff. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Hey, drunk Zapsniff. Hell yes, Norway. Your noob impression is that Wilenkin is very, very strong. He gets picked up by a lot of really, really strong partners. Like, he's played with Rosenberg in the past. He's played with Helgamo in the past. His previous partner was Jan Jansma, which is not necessarily exactly in the same class of player. I mean, he's definitely in that world-class group that I've talked about before. Oh, Gary B asked, what is 16, 24, 12? These are the initial seeds of the teams. So if we go all the way back to day one of the event, the opening round, we see that 12 is Wolfson. They originally were the 12 seed, but throughout the event, moving forward, it means they've upset someone. They played against Kane in the round of 32, and then yesterday they had an upset over Vedanta, who also had an upset. So Wolfson has assumed the 5 seed by coming through that portion of the bracket, but they were originally the 12 seed. You're bridge drunk? You got second place at the club tonight? Nice, nice. Nice, nice, nice. The Leibowitz seed is getting passed around. I mean, that honestly tends to happen if you're one of the highest seeds and you lose very early in the tournament. There's just like upset back and forth, back and forth. You know, you get a match like Goldberg against Dinkin in the quarterfinals and anything could happen. Yeah, we'll head over to Rosenthal Wolfson, I guess. If we can figure out how to get there. Oh, we're here. We're here. Berkowitz, Genisar, Bakke, Brogland. I know I've seen some people say Helgamo. Hey, Kai. How's it going? Oh, before I forget, Twitch chat, you are silenced so that I can have a clean recording. I still haven't heard from BBO. They asked me before this event to record the thing for them. One Under Trick Wonder says no. Okay, do people really want to see Helgamo's table? Is that what's going on here? I'm fine with watching them. We can do it. Their bidding is very 1950s, but we can watch them. Forget who Wilenkin played with in the 90s? Before Rosenberg? I'm not sure. Alright, we'll go to this table. We will not go to this table. Just kidding. We can't go there, so I guess we're going here. Well, decision's been made for us. Apologies, Twitch chat. Here we go. Let me turn off some things that I don't know if it's actually going to work. But I'm jumping back in. Genisar Berkowitz, Bakke Brogland. See you all after the set. Welcome on in, everyone. We have an exciting match coming into the fourth quarter of play here. Rosenthal against Wolfson. Currently only 5 imps separating the two teams, and a very low-scoring match compared to some of the other ones that we've seen today. Welcome back, Kai.
Hello. Oh my gosh. It's going to be a close match coming down to the nail-biting end.
Yeah, I was about to say we've seen this hand before. North is 4-4-5-0, and East has a takeout double of hearts. But almost. I think there was one very similar to this in the previous segment.
It was, and I commented on my hatred for these types of distributions. However, there was a 4-4-4-1 shape in the East hand. Yeah,
so Berkowitz can still make a takeout double of hearts. I think it would be pretty natural to do so. Downside, he doesn't have a 4-card spade suit, but still, he might have the best hand at the table. And heart shortness is, I think, a little bit too much to pass up. He's thinking about it, though. Obviously, he would really like a diamond lead, so maybe he's thinking about bidding 3 diamonds. Pass.
pass.
Pass was not on my radar, but
He passed.
he did.
I'm very excited to be watching this this particular table, as David Berkowitz is currently my USBF mentor.
Awesome. Yeah, the Berkowitz family is filled with a lot of amazing bridge talent. I've played with, well, at least one of them, maybe more. And they're super fun. So
Yeah.
he is, I mean, he's always been a great player for many, many years, and I'm glad to know that he's teaching the younger generation now.
He's been great, extremely kind, very insightful, and I look forward to training with him for as long as I can.
I think that's a great opportunity for sure. Well, on this hand, West gets off to a club lead, which is pretty natural. King clubs.
Yep.
So Declare doesn't have a lot of losers off the top, but has some trouble with communication. Would really like to get to the south hand and rough all these clubs. I wonder if he's going to play a diamond at trick 2 after roughing the opening lead, or if he's going to work on the spade suit to try and set up some tricks there. Like, if a spade to the jack holds, not only do
then you're really happy.
Yeah, get a spade trick in, but then you can rough another club immediately.
Just goes for the diamond, going for a cross rough, which me likey.
Yeah, this makes a ton of sense. So diamond to the ace. Berkowitz probably going to return a trump. I mean, often that is going to be effective defense against a potential cross rough. And so now, how is Brooklyn going to handle the rest of the play?
Are they going to try to set up spades before continuing their cross rough, or is that going to potentially lead into more trump playing, which would prevent said cross rough from occurring? Or just go for a cross rough before setting up spades?
Yeah, it looks to me like the plan is probably going to be to pull 2 rounds of trumps, rough a club, and then knock out the spade ace. You can afford to lose a spade, a club, and a diamond, and that's 10 tricks. If we were playing match points, we would really furrow our brow and try and make the 11th trick here, but yeah, this seems like a pretty sensible plan. So, wins the ace of hearts, heart to the king, club rough, diamond rough, pull the last trump, something to that effect.
On the lie of this hand, they actually are going to make 11, though, as the 10 of spades falls.
I trust you. You know, I'm not going to question your beliefs. I think Declare has a little bit too much trouble getting back and forth. Like, if we rough a club, rough a diamond, rough a club, then we don't have a way back to hand, and a third round of diamonds would promote the 10 of hearts. If we rough a club and run trumps, then East can duck the second round of spades and prevent the entry to North's hand.
And David Berkowitz is going to do that.
Yeah, the 6 of spades account card from West, so really important as we've been talking about defensive carding. Now East will know to duck the second round of spades. So yeah, Brogland is looking hard for an over trick, but obviously he doesn't want to go down in his contract if something really bad happens. In a close match like this is when these over tricks actually can matter towards the end of the day. He
Goes for another
decides to play
spade.
spade back, but Berkowitz will duck.
Luck. But it's probably harder to duck now than later, maybe?
Yeah, yeah. I think with him looking at all of the diamonds, he probably knows that if he ducks the spade, declares third spade is not going away.
Yeah.
So there's the spade duck. I mean, he equally could have played ace of spades and a spade, just returned one, cutting communication. That's all that's really necessary. All right, third round of spades. East wins.
And this works if, like, you do get an over trick here if West happens to have 4 spades and the 10 drops double 10 or something like that.
Yeah, some of the time you might be able to force out the ace early. Some of the time hearts are 2-2 here, and so he would just be able to, let's say, rough the diamond return at this point, then try and cash the heart, and if they split, then you just rough a club and cash the 4th spade to pitch your other club loser. As it is here, he will try and cash the king of hearts. The hearts don't split, so then he'll rough a club, and he'll still try and cash his eight of spades, but West will rough in.
Yeah.
So this was actually a pretty good attempt by Broglie to play for the over trick. It's not going to work out here with the trumps not splitting, but a commendable effort. And this goes back to one of the things that you had asked about, the defensive carding, right? Like, the more honest that your opponents are going to be, like West had to be honest with that spade signal. Broglie took advantage of that. He also knew that spades were 3-3 then. So he was able to confidently just play back spades and not worry about a spade rough. He's trying to be super careful. I mean, I assume that he was going to go King of Hearts Club Rough. That's kind of a simple plan that identified for 2-2 hearts, and then we just have the rest, and there it is. But he might have been eyeing trying to just cross rough. If he could rough a diamond low with the 5 of hearts, and it wasn't risking his contract, then he might have tried that instead.
Yeah.
But nope, here it is. King of Hearts. They don't split. Club rough, 8 of spades, pitch your club loser, and West will rough in. 420.
420. Push.
Yeah, a push. Another good board for Rosenthal. If they keep pushing all these boards, then...
Push, 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 push. All right. Berkowitz with a passable hand.
Yeah, and I think he
the
will
big
do just
hand
that.
here. It's Berkowitz's partner.
Yeah, West has a big hand. North has some distribution. I think we could see quite a lot of bidding on this one, although looks like East-West are going to win out. They have the spade suit. So 2 passes around to a spade in the West seat. Bakke will overcall 2 hearts. I don't know what East-West play. Some pairs would use 2 no-trump still to show like a Jacoby type hand. Limit raise are better in spades. I don't know if East-West will do that in this auction. They might just play 3 hearts as a limit raise.
Mm-hmm. Or better.
Or better. You always cross your fingers and hope for the or better variety. 3 hearts by North.
3 hearts.
Okay. This
Fun.
could be intermediate. It looks a little bit scary with that heart suit. Lots of holes in it.
Thankfully, backed up with the 3-card heart support, including an honor from partner.
Yeah, South has just the right stuff. Oh, undo?
Oh,
2 hearts.
2 hearts.
Great. Makes more sense.
We were like, oh, frisky bid, let's... But 2 hearts.
Yeah, so 2 hearts, and now East has to make this limit raise, whether it's 2 no trump or 3 hearts.
2 no trump.
2 no trump. South happy to be out of the auction despite having a fit. 4 spades by West. So West, opposite a passed hand, decides not to go investigating slam. It's probably going to take a little bit too much for a slam to make. Stiff king of diamonds is not a useful offensive asset. North leads the singleton club at trick 1. So this will allow Declare to pull trumps and pitch a heart loser away on the long clubs. Should be 11
And
tricks. And we have another push.
Another push? Uh-oh. Your push dream for Rosenthal is coming true.
There's
One
12
board at a
boards to
time.
go. We have plenty of time for some action, but now I think we can understand why this match has been relatively low scoring.
He's playing just down the middle.
Sometimes good bridge looks boring, unfortunately.
Well, the same can be said for chess, right? If all perfect games end in a draw in terms of chess, in theory. Exciting ones have craziness going on.
Yeah, if only we can sacrifice aces or something. We need to invent that type of play.
I was playing in my first spin gold against Team Wolfson, and Zia just randomly, we were playing against, Zia was on my left and he was declaring, and he just randomly threw away an ace of clubs, and he said, "Oh yeah, that's a sexy play." And I'm like, I'm glad that I saw it, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't really, that doesn't change anything, but you get to throw the ace of clubs, congratulations. but I'm like, yeah, we can sacrifice the ace of clubs, why not?
Zia always enjoys playing to the audience.
He did have an audience. There was us and then 2 kibitzers, so...
Well, Bake's in with the ace of spades, and this first round of clubs went... let's just back this up to get a slow motion replay on it. 5 of clubs, 3 of clubs, 2 of clubs, ace of clubs from West. That is one of the most unbelievable cards that North could possibly think West could play on this trick. So I'm pretty sure North is going to have a good idea that the club suit is just completely running against him. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he switched to the king of hearts here, figuring that his best chance to beat this thing is if his partner has the ace of hearts and he can get a club rough. So that could make some sense. I mean, look, honestly, maybe Bake switches to a low diamond, hoping his partner has the king of diamonds to get a club rough.
Yeah.
That would be a great way to blow an extra trick.
It's a sexy play.
Yeah.
If it works.
Well, if it works, you get into the bulletin, and if it doesn't work, you also get into the bulletin.
The bulletin.
So...
Regardless, bulletin is where you belong. Yeah, no. The goal is get to the south hand, get to the south hand, get to the south hand. Unfortunately for Bake this time, it is not happening. There is 0... Maybe there's a little bit of a non-zero chance, but there's very, very little chance that Rogalin's going to get in.
And I think earlier on in the match, if this was like the first segment of play, Bake would probably give a lot of credence to underleading the diamond ace here to get a club rough. But because the match is so close going into the segment, he's also aware that if underleading the diamond ace blows a trick, it could cost the match. That 1-up could matter down the road. So I think he might just switch to hearts. Maybe he'll go ace of diamonds and a diamond. If his partner has king fourth, then at least he'll be able to get in and still get the club ruff.
Yep. So generally in these situations when the match is so close, you might be playing it more similar to match points. Overtricks do matter.
Yeah, the overtricks do matter, and I mean that's certainly why Brogland took his time on the previous board in four hearts to do everything he possibly could to get the one overtrick, because these close matches can ultimately be decided by 1 or 2 imps. And I think actually another member of the Rosenthal team, Chris Willenkin, has gone on the record stating that he thinks playing for overtricks in these 60 board or 120 board matches really does pay off over a long set. Like if you play for overtricks on every board and one of those boards you end up going down in game because some unfortunate distribution happened, you lose 12 or 13. But if you're getting back, you have 7 or 8 boards where you pick up 1 or 2 overtricks compared to your counterparts, then that's going to pay off and you're going to come out ahead. Well, South did do his best to give off a spade suit preference signal with that 6 of hearts on the first round of the suit. Not necessarily readable. Of course, we don't know what Declare's spade holding is, and especially if West might have 6 spades, that might have been a forced play from South. I think he's going to go ace of diamonds, diamond. Just kidding. I think he's going to play back the 7 of spades.
Yeah, you knew it. You knew it all along. Good job.
I absolutely did. Roll back the tapes and you'll find out that I had this planned from trick 1. All right. Declare tries a diamond to the king, hoping to pick off that suit, but trumps are pulled. He'll face his hand and claim 11 tricks. And another flat board.
Push.
Yeah, it looks like the other table is only a little bit ahead of us. They're playing board 19 currently. But 12 boards to go. Margin remains 5 imps.
The run rate is getting a little bit bigger.
Ooh. Ooh.
Whoa. See a 10-card diamond fit, and lots of majors going on in the east-west hands.
Yeah, so I think Brogland will open a diamond. It's actually been a while since I've kibitzed them. I should probably have their card up. But I know that they play a little bit of an unusual system. Lots of transfers in certain places. I think their opening bids tend to be relatively natural. It looks like they are.
2 diamonds. 3 diamonds? 4 diamonds? 5 diamonds? I'm predicting the future, guys. Buckeye might probably is going to be opting to go a little bit bigger than a 3 diamonds call, but I had dreams to see an auction that just went up in diamonds.
We might lose that hope pretty soon, because East does not have a very good hand, despite having 3-3 in the majors.
I know. But someday, I think there was an auction one time where we did bid up to 5 diamonds, with only diamond bids from both sides. It was quite amusing.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, I did see an auction with robots today, in my little break, that went 1 club, 1 diamond, 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, 4 clubs, 4 diamonds, 5 clubs, 5 diamonds, all pass.
No one brave enough to double. Well, Bake has a bit of a problem over the Michaels bid. According to their card, a diamond promises 4 from south. So he has at least 10 diamonds between them. Yeah, I was going to say, I think I like 5 diamonds on the north hand. You have no defense against the majors. You have at least 10 trumps and sometimes 11. You're favorable, and sometimes the opponents make an error over this bid and bid out to the 5 level, and you end up beating it.
You're telling me that people don't follow the rule of the 5 level belongs to the opponents?
Not always. Not always. So West balances with the double, showing that he has a good hand, and Berkowitz does decide to go quietly, leaving it to the opponents. There's 2 hearts to lose. There's a spade with the spade hook on, but you also have to lose a club with the club hook off.
Yep. But the other table is in 4 spades, vulnerable, making.
Yeah, and so this is going to be a big win for Team Rosenthal here. Because 300 against 620 is going to be 8 imps. So we'll get a couple rounds of hearts. East will discourage, showing effectively an odd number. King of Hearts lead. It could be Ace for Attitude, King for Count against 5 level contracts. So maybe Berkowitz will just give Count immediately on this trick. 4 of Hearts. Really not going to be much to the play here. Declare is going to pull trumps and try both finesses and black suits.
For some of my partners, I play like Ace's Attitude, King is Count, literally always. Which, it has worked out well for me, generally. If I can remember that it's happening. Because sometimes I'm playing in partnerships where I don't do that. But, yeah, it doesn't... Some people do it only in no trump and at the 5 level. But I found it helps all the time, to be honest.
I am not up to date on all of the current carding theory, so I don't, unfortunately, don't have much to add to the discussion there. But I know that some people like it. It gives you extra options on opening lead for sure. It does become a little bit confusing if your partner doesn't know whether you have ace king or king queen. Sometimes when you lead the king,
that's the main difficulty that playing something like that poses.
Yep. So, 2 rounds of hearts. Berkowitz has effectively showed all of his high hearts. Brogland also asking Genasar to play spades, which is pretty reasonable. He wants a spade let into his king. If you are declaring and your opponent, you know your opponent's carding methods, then you try to signal what you want them to do from their own carding methods. So Brogland playing the 9 of hearts here, kind of a suit preference signal for spades, basically. And the effect that it has is it makes Berkowitz's cards look higher than they actually are. If he had played the 2 of hearts, then Berkowitz might have looked like he was playing his lowest missing heart spot, and it would have been suit preference for clubs. So there's the Queen of Spades switch, which is going to make everyone happy.
Everyone is happy.
Yes.
Berkowitz gets his Ace of Spades. Brogland gets his King of Spades. Everyone's happy.
Yep. So spade goes to the ace. Probably we see a spade return, and Declara might just ask about the King of Clubs at this point. But, as mentioned, 5 diamonds is a great save against the opponent's vulnerable game. Good decision by Bakke, I think, aided by the fact that Brogland's 1 diamond promised at least 4 in their system. Yep. At the other table, Rang and Eckenberg for Wolfson unfortunately didn't have the same inference. South opened a 2+ club, effectively a one of these popular treatments to show the weak no trump hand, and North didn't have the same information. North did stick in a 3 diamond bid, but South elected to just defend 4 spades.
System loss.
Yeah.
System victory. Wow. All right. Moment of truth. Time to take the club finesse.
Ace of
A little bit
diamonds.
less of
So Broglin's just getting a count on the hand here. Good thing to do. He's seen West show out in diamonds. He has seen West promise at least 5-5 in the majors. And now that he's seen Ace turn up with 3 hearts, he knows that West cannot have a singleton king of clubs. So he's going to try the club finesse. And we're seeing a claim right about now. So 8 imps to Rosenthal. They're up by 13. Good start to the segment for them, but they're not comfortable just yet. 1 game swing away, and this match could be right back to even. Alright, a couple of passes, go around to East in 3rd seat. I don't think Berkowitz likes to open this light. There are some players who would certainly open a diamond on the East hand to be lead directional, but I don't think that this player will make that bid. So Broglin will get to open in 4th.
with this monster.
Yeah, it's a really nice 20 count.
Do they... Is it a slam hand?
King of Hearts is on side. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a slam hand, turns out. Partner comes down with the aces and spaces that you require.
Yeah, I can't imagine that they get there. It's not necessarily a good slam either. You basically need Hearts 3-3 with the king on side because you don't have a ton of entries to test the spade suit. Alright, a club, a heart by North is for more spades. South, presumably... I mean, maybe they have a convention here where South can show a big hand with 3 spades like this, but if not, South can reverse into 2 hearts. There it is. And now over reverses, I mean, a lot of pairs will play some sort of Lebensal type bid. I don't know what North is going to do. North has a game force with 2 aces, but North probably doesn't want to be the one declaring the no trump. But he does bid 2 no. I do think North-South are just going to land in 3 no. I take that back. I think North-South might land in 4 spades. Which is not going to be a very pleasant spot, but it might make. So South is patterned out. Okay, North does show a diamond stopper, and good decision by him. Because if South patterns out with the singleton diamond, it might look a little bit attractive to play in the 4-3 spade fit. You know, you're roughing diamonds in the short hand. But I think Bakke judges well. His spades are very weak, so if his partner has like king, queen, third of spades, then you're going to be roughing with spade winners, and that's not where you want to end up. He also doesn't have a ton of entries to rough diamonds anyway. The other table, Bidden made 3 no trump and took 11 tricks.
Ooh. Yep. Okay. So I guess they didn't go for this heart finesse, which reasonable.
Yeah, if you take the heart hook, you might make the 2 over tricks, but on a diamond lead, it's very scary to do so. If this heart hook is losing,
Oh, yeah.
you might just go down, whereas you have 11 tricks to take off the top. Or 9 tricks to take off the top.
9 tricks.
Yeah, 5 clubs, a diamond, a heart, and 2 spades. So I assume that means that East didn't lead a diamond at trick 1. In the other room, East did lead a diamond at trick 1.
Maybe there's something to do with pitches going on. Like maybe West decided that they wanted to pitch a bunch of hearts on clubs.
You know what it was?
What?
That's not what was played. There's no way.
No, well,
Yeah, this is not how this trick went. We're gonna need to back this up a little bit.
Hold up a minute. I'm like, I get the oh wait, the 9-1. I'm like, no.
Yeah. We gotta request undo,
Hopefully.
please. So in the other room, declare duck 2 rounds a dime.
Okay. Oh. Wait, no, the trick did go that way. Well, no, it didn't. They did play a diamond on purpose, I guess.
This had to be like a penalty card or something. I don't. There. Yeah. This. I just. We need to back way up. Maybe North thought he was playing in 4 spades. Maybe North thought he was playing in 4 spades.
Playing in 4 spades.
Or wait. No, we're getting all the way back to the auction. They're in 4 spades. Okay. They're in 4 spades.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, this is
properly.
This is what I was thinking. Like during the auction, when North finds out that.
Wow.
Stay with us. Technical difficulties. We'll figure this out in just a minute.
They're still in 3-no trump. I'm pretty sure that you're right. Yeah. Oh wait, we're in 3-no trump and they're ducking now. Okay. This makes sense if we're in 3-no.
Yeah, but the cards that are played don't make sense. Okay, we have some issues. We'll get this sorted out. Don't worry, everyone who's kibitzing. This is going to get corrected. We're going to be on to the match in no time. I actually want to talk about 4 spades, but I'll wait until we actually get there. So this is what happened at the other table in 3-no trump. Diamond to the queen ducked, a diamond back ducked, and then East, realizing that he didn't have any entries, switched suits. And so that gave Declare the comfort to actually take the heart finesse for the 2 over tricks. If East had won the second diamond and just continued a third one, then Declare probably would have rejected the heart finesse.
Yeah, I get it.
So,
I mean, I sympathize with these. I would probably just... And also, you can't play another diamond either, because plays into the 9, right?
Well, I mean, East could have won the 7 of diamonds here. So, something is definitely...
True. That is a good point.
A little bit off. We're gonna...
But also, wait, from their perspective, with the 6 of diamonds play, well, I guess West would have played the 8 of diamonds. I expect that they're just going to play... That we're just going to see a claim at some point. Vugraph operator panic.
Yeah, which is perfectly okay. Every once in a while, the operators will lose track of the play, and hopefully they can just ask the players what happened. We should get a result on the board. 660 and a push. I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Push.
Yeah. Whoa!
Ooh la la! Oh my goodness. 3-no trump by West +3.
That is a terrible result for them.
Jeez.
So, this is a huge opportunity for Wolfson to make a big comeback. North opens 2 diamonds.
Multi, probably?
So Berkowitz has a decision over 2 diamonds. I guess you could bid 4 clubs in a major if you have that available. The challenge is your partner might not know what major it is, but that's okay.
You don't really care on the layout of this hand.
Yeah, otherwise you could just overcall 2 hearts, which is probably fine if you just don't think your hand is good enough for a 4 club bid.
Mm-hmm.
So he does overcall 2 hearts. I think Broglin knows what major his partner has now.
Very
Unless
good,
this
good.
is a psych by East.
Is Berkowitz one to psych, though?
Probably not, but anything can happen when you're favorable.
Anything could happen. Even I could psych. I'm an anti-psych kind of person.
Okay,
yeah.
so Broglin does decide to just be conservative, and I think Bake's 2 diamond preempt, I believe, is going to be a fairly weak hand often. I'm just going to take a look at their card. They say that it can be light and 5 cards. I don't think that's the case vulnerable against not. But regardless, that just kind of shows the style that even though Broglin is confident they have a 10-card spade fit, he's not really willing to risk even bidding 3 spades on a hand like this.
Mm-hmm.
But this could backfire, because now with West bidding 3 diamonds naturally, East is going to be able to show his club suit.
Yep.
I mean, East could bid diamonds as well. East might just raise diamonds. I think that's a reasonable attitude to take. But if East bids 4 clubs here, East-West are going to be off to the races, and stopping short of 6 is going to be tough. And if they get to 7, they're going to get some good fortune in the diamond suit splitting.
Yep.
Six diamonds might be the better contract. Now, I guess 6 clubs is probably best. Either way, I mean, I think East-West are going to get to a slam after the start to the auction. Wow. It's a big decision here from Broglin not to preempt the auction, and it might cost him. Whoa. I'm staring at the auction in the other room. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump scare everyone with the 3 spade bid. That's totally okay. Presumably this is a Q bid because it's assumed that opener suit is spades at this point after the 2 heart overcall. But wow, Helgamo in a very similar position with the West hand just decided to bid 3 no trump and really missed out on finding either minor suit fit. East had no choice but to pass over that. And yeah, they completely dropped the ball at getting to one of these slams. So it could cost them, and this match might be very close once again.
Well, does Berkowitz feel like he's shown his hand adequately? Probably not. He's probably going to pull up a 4 clubs call over the 3 no.
I think he'll bid 4 diamonds. I mean, he's declined showing the club suit already, but yeah, once he has a diamond fit, yes, partner admitted to having a spade stopper because you asked him with the 3 spade bid, but he hasn't showed anything yet in terms of offense, and he has a huge hand in support of diamonds over there.
Yeah.
So I would expect 4 diamonds. And that's got to be forcing in an auction like this. East would not Q bid 3 spades and then bid 4 diamonds if he was... Especially he wouldn't pull 3 no trump if he just had like an invitational hand in diamonds now.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty likely they're going to end up in 6 diamonds on these cards. The club suit's going to get buried But yeah, Berkowitz is thinking about 4 clubs or 4 diamonds. He decides to try 4 clubs. This is going to work out great. West is happy to raise that to 5. I mean, West has an excellent hand, and hearing that his partner has clubs and supposedly not a diamond fit, because he's taken a couple of turns off from showing his 3-card diamond support, that actually makes Genusar's hand a little bit better. Now if partner's marked with a doubleton or singleton diamond, you can just rough the suit good.
Yeah, makes things more encouraging. And on the lie of the cards, as it turns out, the fact that partner has 3 is not a problem, but it could be mentally.
Yeah, so let's see. What is Genusar going to do? I mean, my first instinct was 5 clubs, like you have a fit, and you've already showed some stuff with a 3 diamond bid.
Yeah.
Berkowitz really has to understand that, like, this is just a slam hand. He has a spade void, he has a diamond fit, he's 5-5. I know the heart suit isn't very good. He might be a little bit concerned about that his red suits are relatively weak. But, man, it just... You gotta take the push to slam with this East hand.
Do you think that he should be more concerned that South didn't act, or more excited because South didn't act?
I think it's hard to judge necessarily, because if South has fewer spades, then your partner has more, and then therefore your partner has shorter hearts, which is good for you. Like, you know, if West was just 3-1, 5-4, then great. Like, you have the singleton heart. Yeah, and so he does go on to 6 clubs. I think a reasonable choice. He could have gone investigating for a grand slam by bidding 5 spades as well, to just confirm first round spade control. But okay, Genusar might not be done. Vugraph operator has jumped the gun on this auction, and yeah, that's 6 club call. So I actually think Genusar can place his partner with a spade void, the ace of hearts, and the ace king of clubs. I think he might be able to do that, because how could East be bidding 6 clubs? But it's tough. I mean, if you place your partner with all those cards and less than 3 diamonds, you can rough the diamond suit good. Well, this is going to be a big swing. Going the way of Wolfson.
It's going to... Wolfson's still not going to be in the lead, but it's going to be much closer.
Yeah, 940 and 490 is what, 550 and 11 imps. So it'll be a 2-imp match. Did I mathed wrong? It's 10 imps and a 3-imp match.
I believe you.
Which time? The time I mathed wrong, or the time that I was correct?
The time that you mathed correctly, obviously.
Yeah, good.
Either way, I did believe you in both cases, because I don't have these things memorized.
Same.
A good person to believe, to be honest.
I just have a believable face. It's good to know. Well, Brogland on opening lead. This
Probably
is
going to be able to place someone with an ace void. Ace void? Spade void. I've got a void of my aces.
I wonder... I think he might lead the king of hearts, which might be passive. I mean, he might lead the jack of diamonds as well. But I think he's going to go passive because he has the heart suit locked up. You probably expect the 6 club vid to come with a spade void, and especially with West showing spade stoppers, you don't want your ace to get roughed and then declare scores the king of spades and pitches a loser, like diamonds, for example. And I guess a club opening lead would be a little bit risky because, maybe your partner has queen third over there. Or queen doubleton.
Fair. Fair. I was about to say, but what about a club lead if you have the heart suit locked up?
Yeah, you could try trump. I think West is either going to have a good diamond suit or he won't. Odds are that he has a pretty good diamond suit for this type of auction. So it seems unlikely that preventing heart ruffs is going to matter too much. But yeah, Brooklyn has a lot to think about. And Declare might have a lot to think about as well. I don't think Declare has too much of an issue. If clubs are 4-0, we might have some trouble, but hopefully they aren't. and then if they aren't, you can just duck a diamond effectively if the diamonds are 3-1. End up pulling 3 rounds of trumps, run the diamond suit, ruff a heart, you have 12 tricks.
YouTube chat appreciates your grind.
Thanks. I appreciate them too. Alright, Brooklyn does decide to go passive with the diamond. Declare wins the ace. Is he going to spend a minute to think about what to do about 4-0 clubs? I get to spend a minute. Because if you play club to the ace and everyone follows, you just claim. You move on to the next hand.
Done. On to the next one.
Yep. Club to the ace. Great. Pull more rounds
Smiley
of trumps.
face.
Diamond to the king. All 13 tricks. So this will be 10 imps.
Woohoo!
And Wolfson storming back. Although, what have we got? 9 boards to play after this, and it's going to be a 3-imp match.
3 imps. It's a nail biter. Let's
These
see.
over tricks are going to start adding up.
All right. I got a 5-5 in the majors hand. Oh, another 3-no trump plus 3. This time by North.
Yeah, there's just 4 tricks in each black suit if you guess the clubs, and 2 tricks in each red suit.
It's not a good slam to be in, but it's there. Well, maybe. Could it be? Just the ace of clubs on side, or there's guessing going on. I don't think I'd want to be in it, but I don't like being in slam in general.
Oh no. Well, South opens a club, and with North having just a 17 count, they're not going to be getting to slam on this one. 3-no trump seems pretty likely. Now, I think the normal way to play the club suit is to play low to the king and then cross back and run the 10. Because against 3-2, it's basically a 50-50 guess who has the ace and who has the jack. But against 4-1, you can pick up ace-jack fourth on side by running the 10 on the second round of the suit.
Yep.
So, a club, a heart, showing 4 more spades. 2 clubs by South. I know that North-South play a lot of transfers in certain positions. I do wonder if this is in their notes somewhere. I'm going to take a look. They have... I admire Brogland and Bakke for their notes that they submit with their system forms. not only is it well documented, but it's also color coded. And that is awesome.
I see this.
If you're writing up bridge system notes, you should pull up these guys' system summaries and learn from it, because this is something special to behold. East doubled 2 diamonds, ultimately looking for a diamond lead at some point. Oh my. You know, I just realized someone asked if East has made a glaring error. And the answer might be yes.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Okay, well. Now let's see what East's mindset is, because he could run to 2 hearts. He doesn't.
Oh.
Oh boy.
This is going to be crazy.
All right, let's think.
1, 2, 3. I mean,
And he leads the Queen of Diamonds. Well, I think at this point, Declare is just going to play the hand like it's no trump.
Yeah.
I think you just win the Ace of Diamonds and start pulling trumps. Wow. Wow.
2 over tricks?
Is it really that bad? Let's see. We have 3 diamonds.
3 diamonds and a club.
Yeah, we can get 2 clubs. 3 diamonds, 2 clubs, 2 hearts, and 2 spades is at least 9. And maybe you end up scoring a long club because East is going to get forced a few times.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's insane.
What a decision by Berkowitz here to come in with this lead directing double, and he gets absolutely burned for it. Okay, let's think from Bake's perspective. I mean, obviously he knows they're in a close match, but he's going to want to really maximize the penalty here, because every extra over trick is going to be another 200 points. Is that right?
200.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, and given that the auction has gone this way, double, redouble, and then I'll pass, I think he's almost playing double dummy here.
Yeah, just another bonus.
Yeah, so maybe you actually do win the diamond ace and start to work on clubs. So ace of diamonds, a club to the king. That holds. Spade to the king, club to the queen.
Club.
Play a 3rd round of clubs. If East plays back a spade, you can win the ace, play a 4th round of clubs, and ruff with the diamond 9. I mean, East is going to get a natural diamond trick, but it's... Those diamond spots in the south might grow up into some tricks.
I mean, I was thinking about maybe, like, if you... I mean, you're not going to have perfect count, but, like, even if it goes, like, ace of spades, king of spades, you play 2 hearts, you ruff them, and you completely strip East of all of their other cards, I think at most you can still only get 10 tricks.
I mean, that feels like a great result. If we can get 10 tricks, I would be thrilled.
Yeah.
North-south. So yeah, he does go after clubs immediately. And now what? Cross in hearts or cross in spades? It looks more natural to cross in spades, even though it blocks the suit. So ace of spades and a spade over. We'll lead another club up.
Maybe if you are able to play another spade. You need an entry, though. You don't have one.
I assume you want to play a club first to score that queen of clubs before doing anything else. If we play a spade now, East might pitch a club on this trick, and I think that's something we want to avoid.
Yeah, for sure.
Even though we get to score the queen of spades, I think it's tough, though. We aren't convinced that we know East's shape.
We know their diamond suit. That's what we know.
Yes. We know the diamond suit, and we know about the club ace now. But that's all. So Bake's staring at the position. I'm also staring at the position. So if we do lead a club up, let's say East ducks. So we win the queen, we play another club, I assume. East wins, and East continues a heart.
Oops.
We get to win the ace, and then at this point we start playing spades. I think East is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. What about if we play, like, it goes, our queen holds, then we play, like, the ace-king of hearts and another, and then we throw East in with the ace of clubs. And then we can exit another club.
Yeah, so you mean club to the queen, 3 rounds of hearts roughing, and then play a club. So East will get in, East will switch to the jack of diamonds, we can win the king, then we can rough a club with the 9 of diamonds, and our 8 will set up. But I think at that point, East has a lot of trumps. So East can rough in, play back a diamond, but we don't score the long club because East is trump tight at that point. But yeah, that does look like 9 tricks at least. So I'm pretty sure Bake is really trying to squeeze out this 10th. And it looks to me like this plan of getting our club trick in and then starting to run spades through East might be the way to do it.
Yeah.
He leads the 10 of clubs. East pops up with the ace. Oh, he should have unblocked the 8, right? Doesn't matter when East returns a club like this.
Probably.
But
Another club.
But if East had played back a heart there, I think it might have been better for him. Well,
yeah.
Now a heart to the ace, and now start running spades, and yeah, East is just in massive trouble.
The spots are not friendly.
No.
Jack.
Yeah, just to confuse the defense a little. Maybe East pitches mistakenly. But he roughs with the 4 of diamonds. Declare can over-rough with the 6. I'm a little surprised East didn't rough in with the 10 of diamonds, but I don't think it matters. Now heart to the king and another high spade.
Now another queen of spades. Jack. King. club.
Yeah, there's the 10 of
And then
diamonds
your 8
finally.
promotes, yeah.
But it's a little bit late. Declare can overruff with the king of diamonds, club pitch a heart. East is going to score 2 trumps. I mean, Declare is desperately looking for a way to make 11 from here. That would just be the nail in the coffin. But it's not quite there.
Well, oh yeah, it's not quite there. If the 8 of diamonds were in the north hand, no.
Yeah, it's just not quite. This is the best Declare can do, so. Club ruff with the 9 of diamonds. Ruff with the jack. Queen of hearts forcing dummy, and the 7 of diamonds takes the last trick. You would normally be happy with this, but I don't think East is going to be very happy scoring the 7 of diamonds at trick 13 here. 10 imps to Rosenthal. 960.
960. Ooh la la.
All of their good work that they had done on board 21.
Oh.
David, let that be a lesson to you that you shouldn't be making these aggressive lead directing doubles. The other room, East was not given the chance to make an error like that. I think the double of 2 diamonds is fine in the aftermath, but it certainly looks very silly when this happens. Well, we're back up to a 13 imp lead in favor of Rosenthal. South opens a diamond, West overcalls a heart. I think North-South play transfers here. So I don't know if that means North can bid 1 no trump to show clubs, but or if he can bid 2 clubs to show clubs. How risque.
Risky.
2 hearts from East. Presumably 3 clubs from South. He has a fit. So Ginasar has a 10 count, 5-5 in the red suits. He does bid 3 hearts, so he takes the push with his extra shape. Now, I have the feeling that Bakke is not going to be aggressive at searching for a game. He doesn't have a diamond fit with his partner, who once again has showed a 4-card suit. Yeah, I really like the double. He might not get this more than 1, but he's short in his partner's suit. He has an ace-king to lead. The opponents are already on tilt from the previous board. You may as well just really needle them with a double like this. He has a trump trick.
Yeah, it's a way of reading the opponent's... Whoa! Getting excited here. How does 5 clubs go? Not well.
That turned around quickly on North. I don't know if North-South might have been on different pages about the double over 3 hearts. But if double was suggesting penalty in any way from North, South looking at ace-king-ace, he has a lot of quick tricks. I think he would be very happy to defend. Maybe South was a little bit concerned that he felt like they had been having a pretty good set. They found the 5 diamond save on 19. They obviously just won 10 imps on board 22. He just didn't want to risk 3 hearts doubled making, immediately swinging the momentum back in favor of Wolfson. Still, I think this was a little bit of a miscommunication from North-South, or a bit of a misjudgment by Brogland, one or the other.
So this is gonna lose a club, lose a heart, lose a spade.
And then you still have problems.
Probably more. You still got problems. You got the heart suit. Don't know how to handle it completely. Yowza.
I know. Well, fortunately for them, North-South reached 3-no trump in the other room, and that contract also did not make.
Could be a push. Probably will be like lose 3 or so, though. Lose 3, lose 5, but I predict lose 3.
Yeah, it does just depend on how many tricks Declare ends up scrambling here. A heart can go away on the ace-king of diamonds. The king of spades lead is, of course, going to set up an extra spade trick for Declare once he pulls trumps to avoid the ruff.
I was about to say, but the 9 is falling, and I'm like, there's also the 8.
Yeah, Declare's spades were not very strong this time.
Another fallacy in my brain is when you see the Jack 10, you always have a double finesse opposite an ace. Not true. Double cover, get wrecked.
Yeah, that's where those 9 and 8 honor cards really come into their own.
I did say I love 9s.
And for good reason, because they promote the 8.
I guess I've got to start liking 8s too now.
I mean, why stop there? Even 2s have their place.
They have won me many tricks, I must say.
Well, Bakke hasn't played to trick 1 yet. I mean, he's still hoping that this contract might make. But it's going to be a challenging one.
Yeah. Sadly, he doesn't have the information that the clubs are not in his favor.
Right. He might expect that West has a singleton somewhere for this 3-heart bid, which in violation of the law here with only 5 hearts. And I think that's generally a safe assumption. Now, if that singleton's in clubs, he's in huge trouble, so he probably has to assume that West has a singleton, either spades or diamonds, and it looks a little bit more likely that it's in spades, given this opening lead. So I think he's going to win the first round of spades, and he might then just lead a heart, which is going to work out pretty poorly for his side. Because West will be able to win the heart and get a spade ruff. So that might lead to down 2. Declare can then just effectively cross ruff from there to get out for down 2.
I just figured out I can spam hearts in your chat.
Thanks. Everyone needs more hearts.
Party streamers, 100%, smiley faces.
Declare does duck the opening lead, so this is going to work out better on this lie of the cards. With spades 4-2, he will be able to cut communication now, so it wins the jack of spades. But now what? Now what?
A heart?
Is he going to make this? No. He has a heart and a club to lose.
No.
Okay. He's not going to make this. But is he going to get out for down 1? I mean, he's kind of reading the hand. Yeah, so now he, without touching trumps, he leads a heart up, keeping East off lead because West has both the missing heart honors. Club comes through, but
ace,
now he can hop up with the ace, ruff a heart, king of diamonds, pitch a heart, and then
I guess he can go for a diamond ruff. It doesn't necessarily cost because the only thing missing is the queen. But in his mind, he could still make.
Yeah. I'm thinking back to this inference that I think Declare is taking on the auction, that West has a singleton somewhere. He found out it wasn't in spades. And it's probably not in diamonds because East would have let a diamond from Queen Jack 10. So I'm pretty sure the singleton is a trump. If he takes that inference, he will get out for down 1, which would be kind of a huge play. It would save 3 imps. Oh, he takes the club finesse.
He's going for making.
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
Who could blame him?
Alright, a club comes back. Declare gets the bad news.
Sorry.
It's okay, it's not your fault.
He was so close to being in 3 hearts doubled.
He really was. I mean, that might have been the nail in the coffin for Wolfson. I know that there's 7 boards to go after this, but once you get 2 diamonds redoubled, making 10 tricks for a 10-imp swing, and then your teammates get to 3 no trump going down while you're doubled in 3 hearts going down, that's going to be a big swing in the match, and might be difficult to come back mentally from that.
Yeah.
Okay. King of diamonds, pitch a heart, ruff a diamond, gets the bad news. There is no squeeze. The spades don't split, so he will lose an extra trick from here in the end position.
And either way, that it could be the honors, you just know, are split in the wrong manner. I mean, I guess Berkowitz could be holding the diamonds, possibly, maybe.
Right. Yeah, if Berkowitz had diamonds and spades, then he would get squeezed on the run of clubs.
Not the case, unfortunately.
No.
For Bakke.
Nope. So claiming 9 tricks, 3 imps to Wolfson. And it's a 10-imp match. Still 7 boards to play. So this is coming down to the wire.
For entertainment purposes, it's still intense and exciting.
Yeah, that's actually one of the really great things about Bridge, that even going into the last board, there's still a chance to win a lot of these close matches because you can swing up to 24 imps on a board. It's been done before. Pretty rare, but possible.
Yeah.
Unlike a lot of other sports where there's a cap on the scores that you can obtain in, a short period of time.
Yeah. I mean, there is a cap on Bridge, but it's a pretty high. The cap is like 60 over the course of 3 boards. I mean, you can still even do that, but it's quite unlikely. Yeah,
that would be a difficult comeback to achieve. I wonder what the largest comeback ever in Bridge has been on like a imps per board over, say, 3 or more boards. That would be an interesting statistic. If anyone watching knows, let me know.
They'd have to have watched a lot of matches.
Yes. Or be a historian.
No, for sure.
Someone like Barry Regal might have a lot of information about this. He's been writing articles for the IBPA for quite some time. Yep.
But yeah, I really enjoy these watch parties of games that are close And especially moments where it's like, you know, they're 30 imps out and there's 3 boards to go, and you see a 10 imp swing, and then you see a 12 imp swing, and then you're like, it's close again.
Could it happen? Is
Could
this
it
the
happen?
time?
Could it actually? Yeah. There was a story told. I'm not sure if you've heard this one before, but like it was just this whole situation. It was at the Gold Coast Congress where there was this watch party watching some people who in the finals of an event, and the mom was there, or one of the teammates was there, and the last 3 boards she saw they were comfortably up by a margin of 30, and she goes to walk down to the playing area to go congratulate the team when they come out of the playing area, because it was away in a hotel room, and by the time that she'd gotten there had been a 30 imp swing the other way and they had lost.
Oh no.
So she had not heard the information. She goes down to congratulate.
Oh no.
And then she realizes that they had lost.
I've been on the opposite end of that happening. I've had someone come down to apologize that we hadn't won the match, and of course we had. And so that was a really awkward encounter.
Uh-oh.
But
never assume in a bridge match.
No, and especially after this result by North-South in the other room. Look at this. They got to 6 hearts, and not only did they get to 6 hearts, but they picked up the trump suit to make it. Wow.
That's amazing. But you do have an inference in the 2 spades preempt, possibly. Finesse the heart, right?
You do? Yeah. It's not always 8 ever, 9 never.
Ah, man. My rule wouldn't have worked here.
So, I mean, first off, North-South have to find their way into some contract, because Brogland, I don't think, is too happy about the way the auction's gone so far. He's been preempted, he hasn't been able to show either of his suits, and his partner's bid diamonds, which is a shortness. He does decide to make a responsive double, showing hearts and clubs. His partner bids 4 hearts. Is he going to continue bidding?
Ooh. 9 card fit, probably.
Yeah, I think you just pass 4 hearts here, and this is going to be 11 imps going to Wolfson, even if they guess the heart, it's going to be 11 imps, and so Wolfson's going to take the lead now with 6 boards to play after this result.
Oh, my goodness. So exciting. 1 imp match, lead change. Chose the right match to watch.
Ooh, I have some insider information.
Oh?
In the other room on this board, there was a director call because there was a slow 4 heart bid, and then someone kept bidding. So we might see a score adjustment.
Oh.
Well, we'll try and keep you apprised of new information as we get it. But yeah, maybe this gets rolled back in the other room and it actually ends up being a push.
Yeah, a slow 4 hearts is pretty unilateral to thinking about going further in this situation, assuming it's a similar auction.
Well, against 4 hearts, East West don't have much of a chance. I think in this contract, Brogland probably will just cash the Ace King of Hearts to simplify his problem, as opposed to, for example, playing for the hook.
Using the 8 ever, 9 never.
Yeah, Ace of Hearts, King of Hearts. You're only at the 4 level, so there's not much to think about, and then you can just start roughing the diamond suit good.
Or the club suit.
Yeah, or the club suit.
Whichever you choose. Pick a minor.
All right, club. The jack pops up. Now we're just going to see a claim. Ace of diamonds, diamond rough, club rough. And the clubs come home. So 11 tricks. Currently on the scoreboard, 11 imps. Going the way of Wolfson. But
Could be
keep
changed.
your eyes and ears open, because there might be an adjustment happening in the other room. The largest comeback I've heard from anyone telling me about comebacks is a 75 imp comeback in the fourth quarter. So over 15 boards.
In the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Over the course of 15. Yeah.
Yeah, 15 boards, 5 imps a board. Well, okay, on to board 25. Looks like another pretty solid result for Wolfson in the other room. They got to 4 hearts, didn't get overboard, and they ended up making their 10 tricks. So pass. Diamond by south, one of your favorite hand shapes. North gets to bid a heart. Probably 3 hearts by Brogland. And just these 4x1s offer a lot of extra playing strength. So even though you can count up the high card points and it's only 13, you gotta make the jump. So North is gonna be happy to bid 4 hearts here. And there does appear to be 2 diamonds and a trump to lose. You can rough a couple of clubs in the south hand before you finish pulling trumps. Club to the ace, club rough, heart over to North's hand, club rough, continue pulling trumps. Eventually you can try and guess the diamonds if they were guessable. Not this time. Should be 10 tricks and another push.
To Lunaire in YouTube chat, I am an ACBL director, and what I have been told, I'm a fairly new one, but generally if they agree that there's been a hesitation of about 10 seconds or so, that's kind of when you should start being around, like, this. There was a considerable hesitation, and there might be some unauthorized information caused by it. Of course, if it's over a jump, then you have 10 seconds to wait, and then anything like 5 seconds extra on top of that could become a problem as well.
Yeah, thanks for the explanation about just kind of waiting period for how long it takes to make a decision. Obviously, the rulings will have to be based on whether or not there was a demonstrable break in tempo and whether or not there were alternative bids that could be considered, and then the directors might go around and poll other players who aren't playing in the event and haven't seen the hands to get their opinions.
Yeah, the normal argument is over whether or not there was a hesitation in the first place. You get to the table, one side says there was a hesitation, the others are denying it, and you're just like, well, give me a little time period here. You always have one side that is exaggerating and one side that is under-exaggerating, so it's hard. Luckily, there is probably a video for this match. That is true. That is very true, Philip. Oh yes, you certainly need to do polling, but firstly, you need to understand whether or not there was unauthorized information present.
Well, Genusar trying to find a way to beat this thing, and I don't think he's going to come up with one. He has a count on Declare's hearts and sees the ace king of spades and sees that that king of diamonds is going to represent a trick. So I expect him to just exit the club king. Declare will be in a position to presumably try and decide to play someone for ace doubleton of diamonds, maybe West, pick off the diamond suit, but it's not going to be successful today. The spade suit offers the possibility for a double hook. Technically, the defense can prevent Declare from scoring 3 spade tricks if they cover the jack of spades, for example, when it's led. Declare could rough out the queen 10 third of spades before leading a diamond up to the king, and then the 9 would score. So there is a way to make 11 tricks.
Ooh.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Jack. Yeah, that's a good point, Gary. Vugraph operator is a witness.
That is alright. The Declare is absolutely going to rough out the queen 10 third of spades. Yep, as I predicted. And this is going to be an over trick now.
Yep. Wow.
Shows what I know. Genusar did return a spade instead of a club, so kind of gave Declare the opportunity to go for this plan.
One imp to Rosenthal. Possibly tied up, depending on whether or not there was a ruling.
Yeah, this is actually incredible. That one imp may play a pivotal role, depending on what these last few boards have to offer. 5 boards to go. Tie match.
Woo! Tense. Let's see.
Yeah, we'll get a
Berkowitz
couple of passes all the way around to North here.
Mm-hmm.
Who has...
Like laid out a...
15.
15?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a 15 count.
I definitely counted it up, and
Yep.
4 queens supposedly totals to 8 high card points, although maybe not everyone thinks so. But you gotta open to no trump. Broglin has a bunch of jacks, so you gotta bid 3 now. I mean, I assume he'll go through some sort of statement bid. He does have a small doubleton heart, but I'm just... These hands look miserable. Is Declare cold for 3 no trump? It looks like it.
Yes, these are certainly behind screens. At this point, surely.
Yeah, ever since the round of 32, actually, we were behind screens in this event. So this is the third day behind screens.
That's only 16 screens. Around 32, I think there's 32 screens.
Well, there are.
No, just 32 screens.
Yeah, 2 tables per match, 16 matches.
The doy.
Okay, 3 no trump. Well, Berkowitz has found out that a heart lead is incorrect, so he's going to try a spade. Yeah. Even though South has promised 4 spades.
4th best from your 2nd longest and 2nd strongest.
Yep, there's the diamond lead, as expected. I mean, North has showed hearts, South has showed spades. Like, you gotta try something.
Something. Try to find your partner's 5-card suit. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like there was a particularly good lead here at all for the defense.
No.
All of it is just ew. No, thank you.
Yeah, the diamond hook's on, the king of hearts is on.
Doubleton. I guess that doesn't really matter. Because the jack.
So 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, 2 spades, and a heart is 9. The heart finesse working is going to be a 10th. And...
I'm like, did he finesse the 8?
I guess by then the defense will have 3 tricks. They'll take the club ace, they'll take the spade ace, and if Declare runs the 10 of hearts at some point, they'll get the jack of hearts.
Yep.
I mean, it looks like Declare can make 11 double dummy. East can get squeezed in the majors, but
I see.
I don't think Declare will make 11.
But over tricks are so important.
They are, but it's not without risk. I think the line of play is basically spade to the queen, spade to the king. And then you have to cash all of your other tricks before you even try the heart finesse. I guess you can play heart to the queen along the way. But it might risk letting the opponents cash a long diamond, for example. That's not something you want to do.
Then you have possibly one less trick than you actually have.
Spade to the jack holds.
Spade to the queen holds.
Yeah, West is not going to be happy with the way that this is played out. But this does make Declare's life a lot more difficult, because now the way to make 11 tricks is to duck a spade to the stiff ace, and that's a really risky thing to do.
Spooky.
Yeah, it would not result in him going down even if the defense could cash 3 spades, but still, you probably don't want to take that line. Club to the jack. East is pitched to heart.
Finesse. Oh. Going back and playing the 10 instead, maybe?
Yeah, it feels a little bit unnatural to cash the clubs ending in the north hand. You kind of want to take a heart finesse, right? So
yeah,
10 of clubs, club to the jack seems a little bit more natural. Maybe his plan is actually to win the jack of clubs and run the 10 of hearts immediately. If it loses, then cross to the diamond ace and run another heart. That still feels like a pretty big gamble. But
I mean, it works here if... Well, I guess Berkowitz knows that Junosar has the ace of spades at this point. Like, that's... Oop, out pops the king. And now, well, no. There's no squeeze because the spade ace is still out there.
Right. Yeah, Declare needed to be a bit more proactive if he wanted to make 11 tricks, ducking a spade to the ace earlier in the play. Now he's just out of entries to do so.
No. Berkowitz's gonna pitch the diamond king.
I would expect so.
Everything feels important.
May as well just let your partner know what the last high cards are in the deck. Okay.
Yep.
6:30.
Push. Still potentially, possibly tied.
Yeah, 4 boards to go. I thought you saw another 4x1, but not this time.
Not this time. 4x1 jump scare.
Yeah. So South gets to open a club. club pass a spade, I guess, by North.
Saying I don't got no majors.
Yeah, they do play transfers
Probably.
over club, so one spade is kind of the normal bid with that hand. East will bid 2 spades because he has a good hand with spades.
Yep.
Now, West has a pretty good hand. Man, the other room got to 2 spades and only made 3. That feels like a severe underperform for the East-West cards. You could play heart to the 8, I guess. And end up losing 2 heart tricks, but
That would be very sad.
it seems
see
a
a
little
3
bit
club.
unusual given the opening bid in South. I think it's got to be better to play for South to have the King Queen of Hearts at this point than to play for the normal percentage in the heart suit. But yeah, Genosar comes to life. 3 clubs, Cupid.
I like. And then Berkowitz with the singleton and running spade suit.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Okay, there's a double of 3 clubs. I was wondering if 3 clubs passed to Berkowitz, I thought he might even try 3 diamonds. He has a decent source of tricks in 3 now. And if his partner provides a club stopper, a double club stopper, that might be the spot. But he does get to 4 spades, and we're going to get a club lead. And now
Club loser, diamond loser.
I just don't see how he could possibly get this wrong. North has the ace of clubs on this opening lead. What could South have opened with if he doesn't have the King Queen of Hearts?
True.
I think this is going to be a big swing going for Wolfson here. 4 spades making 4.
And then it could still be a tie.
It could still, yeah. Maybe. But very unlikely. Yeah, that 10 of clubs holding trick 1. I mean, the club position is marked after these first couple of tricks. Declare is going to pull trumps. He'll find out about the jack of spades. I don't see him ever getting this heart position wrong.
Unless, for some reason, Berkowitz believes that Broglie decided to go for a aggressive opening.
So these guys are pretty familiar with each other. I know they don't play all that often, but I don't think the Norwegians really open that aggressively. So yeah, like what could South have, right? South could have the King Jack of clubs. That would be a little bit unusual that North played the 10 at trick 1, but it's possible. King Jack of clubs, King of hearts, Ace of diamonds would be an 11 count. It would be a very flat 11. Again, you know, the percentage play of the heart suit in a vacuum is a little bit better than playing for just the King Queen of Hearts in the South hand. You pick up King 9 or Queen 9, but given the opening bid, if you can construct one layout of the cards where South doesn't have the King Queen of Hearts and every other one South has the King Queen, it becomes massively percentage to play for that holding.
Right.
Yeah. So Berkowitz is going to look at this and
Draw trump.
yeah, draw some trumps. I mean, he can play a number of rounds of spades as well. He can even knock out the diamond ace before doing anything. He has time to make his decision.
Get to prolong it. Procrastinate, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, certainly if he leads the 10 of hearts out of hand, Brogland will play the king, because that's a card he's known to hold. So kind of principle of false carding here. You know, now that I'm looking at it, it might not even matter with spades 2-2. Declarer can, rough a club and then either pitch a club on the diamond and then potentially end play someone, or rough the second club and then play a heart to the jack, for example.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, jack of diamonds, South wins the ace. So South can continue the king of clubs now to force Declare, and then Declare is going to get the full count on the club honors. He's seen the jack of clubs at this point. He'll see the ace of clubs. He's seen the jack of spades. Now, if Brogland was missing the queen of hearts, he would have a 10 count to have opened the bidding, flat 10.
Yowza.
No, but good discovery play by Berkowitz here to try and get as much information as possible. I mean, Brogland might switch to a low heart. Okay, he plays back a diamond. So I declare I'll pitch the queen of clubs, win in hand. Like, that could be a clever play from Brogland to switch to a low heart here through the ace-jack, hoping that his partner has the 10, and that Declare chooses to take that finesse. But I think we're just going to see him pitch a club, win the diamond queen, heart to the jack, and even if North ends up winning that trick, then North will be end played.
Love a good end play.
End plays are great, at least for one of the 4 people at the table.
Yeah. Well, and for one of the 4 people at the table, it's just an absolute torturous experience. You
That's
lament.
True.
I mean, sometimes you see it coming, but sometimes you're just thrown into an end play and you're like, am I end played? And then realizing slowly that you have been end played is just one of the worst feelings that Bridge has to offer.
No, David. No. No, it hurts my head. This is fine. I mean, he's just gonna play a heart to the jack, but God, don't do this to me. He's gotten more information by playing the 4th round of clubs. It's fine. No one panic. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
No end play.
He made it. He
did it. It's okay.
Well done.
Yeah, applause. Making your contract is good.
Yeah. I
6 hearts
agree.
by West down 1.
All right. Well, 7 imps to Wolfson, so Wolfson now in the lead, probably. Asterisk on that one. West gets to open a no-trump. East has a pretty big hand opposite a strong no-trump. 14 with a singleton and 3 aces. As you say, 6 hearts down 1.
Hearts down 1.
But honestly, 6 diamonds is probably also going to go down on the East-West hands.
Yeah. Diamond is not in a fortunate position. Diamond Jack is not in a fortunate position.
You know, I'm looking at this.
What?
Okay, well, let's take a look at the auction first, because I'm not sure 6 hearts should be going down. Anyway.
Yeah.
So, a no-trump, 2 diamond overcall, showing a single-suited major from North.
True.
I think East knows what that is.
If East had to guess, they would guess correctly.
They would. So what do we want to do as East? The opponents are unfavorable, but yeah, he does bid three spades. I was wondering if they had this ability to effectively just treat the 2-diamond interference as if it hadn't occurred, and they do, which is nice. So this is going to show 1-3 in the majors and 5-4 in the minors with the game try, or game force.
So now the heart fit exists. Will Berkowitz go further?
Yeah, absolutely.
Got 3 bullets. And a queen of hearts, which I would say is probably... if the partner does not have the king of hearts, then the finesse is likely onside. But because you've got a vulnerable overcall over a no trump here. But who knows?
Right. A little bit of the challenge here is that it's not necessarily guaranteed that West has 5 hearts for this 4-heart bid, because if West has a shaky spade stopper, like king third or something over there, then West might not be comfortable bidding 3-no and might take a chance at a 4-3 fit, knowing that you're short in spades. Whoa!
Half.
That is conservative.
Whoa! But it is going to be imps in.
It absolutely is going to be made. Wow. Well, we get the singleton diamond lead. Now, there's a little bit of work to do. I mean, declare is only at the 4 level, so there's not going to be much of a problem. But the diamond lead will get ducked around to West 9. And declare now has the opportunity to take a heart finesse, which would lead to diamond ruff. Or just effectively play ace of hearts and another heart to the ace, spade to the ace, heart up. And that would avoid the diamond ruff on this lie of the cards. And eventually you can unblock the diamonds and use those to pitch your spade loser. So it does look a little bit unfortunate that 6 hearts ended up going down in the other room. I'm going to take a quick look to see what happened in the play over there. I did get a little bit of information from the spectators, so thank you for letting me know about that. Diamond to the 9, Helgamo. He just took the heart finesse on the first round. So immediately goes down, suffering a diamond ruff.
Same thing's happening here.
Yeah, it's a little bit less eventful in a 4-heart contract. It's just for an over trick, of course. But a huge missed opportunity for Team Rosenthal over there, considering now on back-to-back boards, they've kind of misjudged. On board 27, in the other room, they stayed at the 2 level when 4 spades was a good spot. And now in this room, they got to the 6 level, which should have been a good spot, but then they failed to make it. All right, club back around to the jack, and now Declare can just pull trumps and claim 11 tricks. So that's going to be 11 more imps going the way of Wolfson. And all of a sudden, Rosenthal's in dire straits.
Around.
So I am going to give a little bit of a score update because not in this match, but we do have one more match that has finished. Fleischer against Shori. Fleischer ends up holding on to victory. Shori made a huge comeback in the final quarter, but just wasn't enough.
Whoa.
So Fleischer is our first semifinalist going into tomorrow.
Woo!
They're going to be playing up against the winner of Zimmerman and Street.
Congratulations,
okay, 2
Fleischer.
boards to go, and 18 imps. It can be done, but They're going to
Not
need a
easy.
lot of help.
2 spades by East +2. It is a dreaded 170, but it is in a 4-4 fit.
Yeah, I think for Rosenthal to make the comeback, they're probably going to need to go plus north-south somehow on these cards. Maybe they can find a heart fed and make something there. I guess they make 1 heart. Their direction.
Do you think they're going to make it to 1 heart?
I am not optimistic, I have to admit.
There is a chance that East-West could get over-enthusiastic and go down.
Yeah, they could. West does have a 16 count. Balancing seat here. Balances with double. I think Berkowitz will just bid 1 spade. He does have 8 high card points, but he's 4-3-3. He only has 4 spades. His spade suit's pretty bad. So 1 spade is a pretty practical choice. Don't want to bury your partner for balancing here. 1 no trump from Gina Sar. Yeah, and now the question. Because now that you have 8 and your partner has, say, a strong no trump over there, is this worth an invite? Or should we just let it go? He's gone conservative.
Let's it go.
A couple times, and it's working out for him.
Staying low.
Yeah, if Declare was able to pick up the diamond suit, 3 no trump would make on the East-West hands, but given the opening bid, I think Declare is likely to misguess that holding.
Yep.
It might not matter, actually. Maybe even if you misguess the diamond suit, you can still score 2 spades, 2 hearts, 4 diamonds, and a club to make 3 now. So this could have been another big opportunity for Rosenthal if they had managed to get to the no-trump game on the East-West cards, but it looks like they didn't even come close to sniffing at it in the other room.
Now we're going to get 2 club tricks here.
Yeah, king clubs to lead. So I imagine Declare just wins this and plays a diamond to the 10. That looks pretty natural to me.
Yep.
I did get a question about the delay. There is, in fact, a 30-minute delay, so if you do get access to the scores, don't spoil it for anyone else in the match. But this match has, in fact, already concluded, and the results are posted. Oh. Declare is going after hearts.
Duck.
You're going to want to set up some tricks in that suit at some point.
Okay.
But alright. Queen of hearts holds. Now a diamond to the 10. Seems pretty natural. And I assume just play back a club. That jack of clubs was going to be a stopper regardless. You may as well set up partner's long club suit.
Yep. Force it out. Not giving anything away. Declare is going to do it on their own at some point.
There it is. So club to the queen. Club return.
Club. And
now we just knock out the ace of hearts. They can cash a club, and eventually they'll get a spade.
True.
So this is going to be 120. And
so
that'll be 2 imps, but still, getting 16 imps on the last board of the set is going to be really challenging for Team Rosenthal. It was looking promising for a while, but yeah, a couple of differences of opinion down the stretch has really ended up costing them.
There is still that possibility of that score change, though.
There is. Yeah. So it might be the case that Wolfson's only up by about 6. Or 5. The last board of the set.
South +1. And I mean, is game cold
It looks like game
on the
should
live
make.
cards?
Yeah,
Yeah,
trumps are
so
3-2. Clubs run.
Yeah, so if Bakke and Brooklyn can find this four hearts, then we're back into this ambiguity point where we don't know.
Right. Yeah, if they do bid and make four hearts, then there might be a long committee at the end of the evening. But
It's always painful when a result ends with a committee meeting.
yeah. So East opens a diamond. South decides not to make an aggressive takeout double. One spade by West. Gotta get in there. North has a nice hand, but can't really act. East could just bid two spades here. I don't know if it's his style. He might bid a no trump. But the hand really feels like a spade bid, and Berkowitz agrees. So two spades. This passes around to Bakke, and last chance, is he going to come into this auction now?
Or is he going to let it get
no.
stolen? It's been stolen.
And I think that's going to be all she wrote.
Wow.
Whether or not two spades makes, this is not going to be enough for Rosenthal to catch up, even pending an appeal on that board 24.
Yep.
So congrats to Wolfson on moving on to the semifinals.
Well played.
Yeah, we'll get to see more of them tomorrow up against the winner of Dinkin and Goldberg.
Has that result popped in yet?
I'm going to take a look and see if we have any more results to report. Yes, in fact, all the results are in, and I gotta say, I don't know how these guys do it. Zimmerman has made the 22-ump comeback in the fourth quarter, and they have won by 5. This seems to happen all the time. They're good. That's why they're the 2 seed in the event. So
that's amazing.
Zimmerman's going to be playing up against Fleischer, Clash of Titans tomorrow. Dinkin has moved on over Goldberg. They're in the semifinals, and they'll be playing up against Wolfson, the winner of this match. In the meantime, two spades, just to provide a little bit of extra insight before we run off. I guess after the defense starts pulling trumps, which it looks like they're going to do, Declarer should be able to attack the diamond suit to start setting up some tricks. They might go after diamonds immediately, win the jack of spades and lead the jack of diamonds, for example, or the 9 of diamonds. North hops up with the ace.
And are they going to play another diamond back?
That's a great question. That is a great question. But
no,
they play a heart. Declare now able to win this trick, and that has knocked out the late entry to the diamonds. And
very
because Declare has failed to unblock the jack, well, they weren't going to be able to take a diamond finesse later in the play anyway. But now the king of diamonds gets roughed.
And you've got a bunch of... You can rough one club. You can rough both the clubs.
The defense can pull a round of trumps, for
trump.
sure.
Yeah.
But then Declare will be able to rough a club, and so we'll ultimately lose 3 club tricks from here. So 2 spades looks like it's going to make.
Double swing.
Yeah, the double part score swing is going to wrap up the match with Wolfson picking up even more imps at the end. They were just a little bit better down the stretch.
And down the stretch is when it's most exciting to do that kind of thing.
It makes for a great show, and also it's really important because all these matches are going to be winnable. You have to just have the perseverance to be able to pull through on the last few hands. Alright, Declare plays a spade over to dummy. Finds out the trump split.
And then probably just club or diamond. Why not?
Yeah, you can pitch a club on the 10 of diamonds if you want.
Diamonds.
Same idea.
You know you're going to be able to get one trump trick extra here. Like, there's nothing, like... You can start just throwing random cards around, just as long as you don't try to pitch another club on a diamond. Well, actually, you can do that, because the ace is good, but yeah.
Yeah, the 5 of diamonds
cool,
is not high, so be a little bit careful about that one, but for the rest...
Yeah.
Of the hand, it's not going to be too dangerous for Declare from here. 2 spades will come home, 3 hearts made, 4 in the other room. North-south were not at all in the auction at this table. And that's going to conclude our day of commentary. So I will be back once again tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Time, for the start of the semifinals matches. So thank you, Kai. I assume I'll be seeing you at some point the rest of the weekend or the rest of the week.
Yes. I will be around definitely on Saturday and Sunday doing lots of the commentary things or bridgey things. So, yeah, we'll be there.
Excellent. And thanks to everyone for hanging out and watching these exciting matches. This was a fun one to see down the stretch. I mean, turned out to be a little bit less exciting after board 28, unfortunately. But there are some great results. 2 diamonds redoubled, making 10 tricks. That's going to be a story for the bulletin tomorrow. And I'm sure there was a ton of other exciting bridge in the other matches as well.
Yeah. That is the one that is definitely going to be making it onto a YouTube video.
Incredible. All right. Take care, everyone. We'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Central Time. All right, chat. So these were... What? Not these. These were the final results. Here we go. Wait, I exist. Hold, please. Boom. Look at me. Look at me. I'm great. Dude, my hair. I need a haircut. It's just all over the place today. I totally need to get rid of this thing. What a comeback by Zimmerman. That could have been a fun match to watch, but we decided to go with the one that was closer, and it turned out to be a bit lame at the end. Thanks for tuning in, Gary B. Have a good evening. Oh, I'm exhausted. I am tired. But Fleischer knocks out Shori. So good run for Gavin's team, but eventually they came face to face with the Giants and Fleischer and were unable to pull it off. Good run for Rosenthal. I think I don't have any teams left in my bracket, so this is not a good year for me. In the fantasy bracket. Dinkin, I can't tell. Are they just, like, good or something? I don't understand. They haven't exactly had a difficult run, so I hesitate to say that Dinkin has had much to do to get here. Like, they went through the children's team. They went through... where are they? So they went through LOL, but LOL is just like a bunch of old people. And old people are only slightly better than children at this game. And then in the opening round, of course, they just had a kind of normal match to play up against. Where are they? They were the highest seed in their bracket, and they just won up against Holman in the first match. So overall, they've had a pretty easy run of things to get through. And then, of course, they got Goldberg instead of Nickel in the quarterfinals. But they're going to be up against Wolfson, which, like, they might just win again. Like, Dinkin is going to be in the finals. I mean, here Zimmerman, Street, Fleischer, and Shorey are, like, battling it out for their lives. And Dinkin is just, like, stomping a bunch of kids to make their way. Like, they're climbing over the backs of defeated children to reach the finals of the event. Obviously, Wolfson could win. Thanks for stopping by, V8. Have a good night, or good day. It's March Madness, perfect time for Dinkin and Duncan. I got Dunkin' Donuts the other day for breakfast. It was disgusting, and I loved it. I don't know if that says something bad about me, but I think I'm going to try it again tomorrow. Pre-stream. Well, I'm tired. Dude, I don't know if anyone else could figure out I was tired, but I am exhausted. So, I think that's going to wrap up stream for today. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Thanks for all the new follows and whatnot, and new YouTube subs. But I hope people are enjoying the commentary. It's been a lot of fun to do this. I wish BBO would tell me how they want videos. Like, that would be lovely, because they asked me to store recordings. I don't have, like, infinite space on my hard drive. Anywho, we'll probably jump back in. You know what? Let me put up a poll on YouTube right now so that everyone can vote which match to watch. I didn't do it yesterday. I was busy until, like, midnight or whatever. I was doing my, improv thing. Alright, here's our poll. Which semi-final match to watch? Boom. Dinkin, Duncan, Wolfson, or the Zim copyright versus Marty Fly. Boom. Post. Alright. Head over to this channel page to vote, and I will see you all tomorrow. So thanks for stopping by, y'all. Get your votes in for which match to watch at the start of the day tomorrow, and then we'll probably stick with whichever one's the most interesting down the stretch. But they should both be pretty good. I'm gonna go get some dinner and pass out. That's the plan. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great day. See y'all next time.